Hey, look, everybody, Lonzo's back.
Lonzo is a superstar.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, we're back. We're back after 4 days off. We're back to normal on a Monday because Lonzo has decided to grace us with his presence.
Good morning.
Here on the show. Howdy, y'all. Welcome in. Happy Monday. The Rob Brown Show is on your radio. This is the Fan Upstate. How do you do, Upstate South Carolina? Hello, America. What's up, world? How's everybody? Nice, refreshed, relaxed, I hope, ready to rock and roll over the next 4 hours of the radio broadcast? I hope. I am. You should be. Lonzo has been off for 46 days.
Yeah, and three out of the 4 of my favorite teams lost. So yeah, I'm good. Thank you, Chiefs.
Thank you,
Chiefs. It was
scared you for a little while.
They were down 14-0.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, all right, I see it. I see. Welcome back to work. Everybody lost.
Chefs put the scare in Lonzo. Great googly moogly. Did the chef scare Zoe a little bit?
By the way, I don't like the remake of the video of the commercial.
You didn't need to do it. Yeah. Like, are we really so down right now that we have to be remaking commercials?
Yeah, I mean, Andy's a star right now, so maybe I get why you want to put him in another commercial. But I mean, the original Chefs thing, that was better, I think, because that old dude really was putting the work in. And
like. It doesn't hit the same when it's like a 28-year-old guy that's painting the end zone. It's like, all right, do it again. That's your job, and you're in your youth. You can still get up and down. When it was a 90-year-old groundskeeper that had been there longer than the Chiefs, then the commercial had some impact to it.
The old man in me looks at that guy and goes, yeah, he doesn't know how to spell. I'm not surprised.
It's the youths, Yana. We have got a show lined up for you, ladies and gentlemen. We've got 4 hours of sports talk entertainment coming your way now, and there's no shortage of things to talk about because for many of you, it is the end of the college football season. Gamecocks, that's it. A wrap on 2023. The season is at its conclusion. The only bowling the Gamecocks will be doing is at the lanes. So we'll talk about the Palmetto Bowl in review as the Tigers of Clemson have ended South Carolina's winning streak over them at 1.
Can't wait to hear your take on this. I know later on there's going to be like a major celebration. There might be confetti. Hashtag all ends all over the place.
Let me tell you how I'll just jump in and give you my reaction. I watched that game with the lady friend. We went up to her family. We did a little Saturday. The soon-to-be sister-in-law and brother-in-law brought my new niece down. I got to go meet the niece. We were watching this game up at their house. We left at halftime. We came home. We watched the second half at our house. And when that game was over, she looked at me and I went,
I'm going to drink a lot of beer tonight, Jim. Budweiser.
Because that game was, and I'm sorry to say, congrats on your wins, Clemson. I'm very sorry for your L Gamecocks. That game sucked. That game sucked.
It was.
That game sucked.
First of all, I know how this is going to sound, but that was not a backwards pass. I mean, and that's how the game started, and the rest of the game kind of went that way. It just,
I tend to agree with that.
I'm watching in studio while I'm doing the Upstate Pulse, and I'm looking at it. It's like, that's not a backwards pass. And then I continue to do the show, and I look up and go, okay, they gave that to them. And then I went back and watched it later when I got home. I was like, what? Okay. There were some bad calls all over the place this weekend in football, period. But yeah,
I tend to agree with you. I did not think it was a backwards pass. I thought that it was. I thought, because I'm not going to lie, I sat there And I'm at the future in-laws house. Yeah.
Do you have to keep the snark in check when you know there's a bunch of fans in a room of
No,
a team
because
that you're not?
her parents don't care.
Okay, all
Her
right.
parents don't care.
Yeah,
She
yeah.
and
I'm more worried about her.
Yeah. No.
Then because
No, during the game I don't say damn word.
Because I will
Not a word.
tell you Saturday about 3, and I know we're going to get to this later. About 3:30.
Yeah.
My wife stood up, went to the bedroom, and went to bed.
Yeah.
And the entire family was there, and everybody just got up and pretty much left because they knew. Don't talk to her. Don't talk to her. Don't do anything because she was very unhappy. So I figure that maybe Courtney acts the same way
when it goes that way. Rob has learned to keep his mouth shut.
It's hard too, and
it is.
Yeah, it's very difficult
because you want to do the thing, and it's an old men are for Mars, women are for Venus thing, but it's like extrapolated to a football world. You want to, in that moment, of course, as the sensitive, sensuous lovers that Lonzo and I are, we want.
That's an apt description.
It's a perfect description. What we want to do is hug and hold and comfort and say it's going to be okay. You're on the way up. There are good things here. There's a silver lining. But the reality is, all I heard from the bedroom was for about 20 minutes after that game was over. And there is no consoling a Gamecock in a moment like that. There's no, hey, silver lining this or positive attitude.
I think you could put any fan name in for any team.
I agree.
There's no,
I agree. But in that moment, I didn't care about anybody else. All right. And especially when you do the job that Zoe and I do, where we do sports talk, the thing in that moment we want to do the most is to sports talk. So I want to be like, hey, listen, here's the positives. Here's the good news. But here's the problem with that attitude. Hey, Lonzo, what good news would you take out of what you saw out of South Carolina on Saturday? I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll be right here when you come up with one.
I will say that both Xavier Legette and Spencer Rattler helped their draft status. That may be too much because that's helping the individual and not the team. Oh, I think they absolutely did. Spencer Rattler last year would not have been drafted. This year he's got a shot at it. Legette wasn't even on the radar, and now he is. I think they helped.
I meant out of this one individual.
That game?
What out of that game would you go?
Right.
That's a positive for the Gamecocks. Because it wasn't the run game, especially after Mario Anderson got his bell rung and couldn't even stand up straight, and he missed one play. Bad look, Shane. Real bad look.
The LED lights are amazing.
The stadium's dope as hell.
There we go.
The stadium is dope as hell. I'm going to tell you this. It's a good thing that it is. Because that's your recruiting pitch right now. Look how awesome the lights are. Right? The good news is, you're doing pretty well with the recruiting. Pretty well relative to where everybody else is. You're doing pretty well. The bad news is I am looking for.
All right, that's a good point, Zach. That's a positive right there.
All right, fine. I accept that. Didn't let Clemson score an offensive touchdown.
And that's the truth. That's the truth.
That is the truth.
And the one touchdown that was scored is controversial. So, I mean, you know.
It was. All right, back to the original point of this story. We were at the in-laws house on Saturday. Went up there and did a little post-Thanksgiving. And, you know, I am, of course, that guy. I'm sitting on the couch, though. We got the big screen up on the wall that's got the Carolina-Clemson game on it. And then I'm sitting in the recliner because, hell yeah, recliners are the best thing that's ever been invented. I'm in the recliner laid back. I got the phone in one hand with the FSU Florida game on. And then in the other hand, I've got the tablet, and the tablet's got a bunch of screens on it showing me everything else that's going on, right? And I'm watching that game, and I hear from the fiance, "Oh," and I'm like, "What?" Because we don't, much like with the great one, we don't use the obscenities in front of her parents. It's not they prefer that we don't in their home. It's their home. I'm happy to treat it with that respect. But I hear her go, and I'm like, uh-oh, and I look up, and I see a Clemson player on his way to the end zone. 14 seconds into the game. A game in which South Carolina received the opening kick, and I'm like, uh-oh.
I'm sure like a few minutes later she cursed again, but
she cursed many times.
I was say when Rattler decided to throw an interception like in the very next series.
I'm going to put it this way. We didn't leave at halftime because we planned on it. All right? We weren't out of there at halftime because we were like, let's leave at halftime. We were there at halftime because if we didn't, she was going to get herself disowned from the family. Okay? So they show the pass, the fumble. And I'm like, hey, back that up. The brother-in-law's got the remote. I'm like, hey, back that up. And he's like, all right. So he rewinds it, and they're showing it. And I'm like, I don't think it's forward pass. All right, go ahead. But like right at the end of the play where we get the replay, go back to the replay. And I'm not kidding. He and I, for the better, we almost missed the next drive because he and I are standing in front of the TV.
There really wasn't a next drive. It was like, here, Clemson, take the ball.
The reaction of the next drive. He and I are standing at the TV with a ruler, sheets of paper, all right? And the only reason we didn't have like a protractor is because I don't know anybody who still owns a protractor. But we're standing at the TV, taking sheets of paper and lining them up with the yard line on this side, the yard line on that side. And I'm like sitting there with the tablet of truth, doing physics calculations, trying to see if we can determine if this was or was not a forward pass. I'm like, all right, if we put the corner of the paper on this here, and then it's going to be diagonal because the camera's not perfectly down the line. But if we put the paper on that yard line and that yard line, it'll give us the relative plane the ball has to cross. So if any part of the ball goes into the and like we're sitting there measuring, the mother-in-law's like, the hell are y'all doing? I'm like, I have to know if this was a fumble or not because the complexion of that game was turned in 14 seconds. 14 seconds. And we didn't know it at the time. But that was it. As far as touchdowns go, that was all we were going to get.
Yeah, and that was the deciding score.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So we were like that needed to be determined. And we sat there doing a science. Rob Brown, the science clown. For like legitimately 3 or 4 minutes trying to figure it out. And then eventually I'm like, hey, we got to go back to the game. Like, I'll come back to this later, but I got to finish the game. Click back over, pick. Like, oh no, it's going to be a long night for the Gamecocks. Going to be a real long. And then it wasn't. Which was weird, though, because
it was not a good game, but it was
an ugly game.
Yeah,
from everybody. All right, I'm not going to sit here like I'm going to hand flowers to Clemson for the dub. I'm not going to hand them to you for the performance. The performance was ugly. You ran the ball well. You had a couple of takeaways that won you the game, and that was it. Right? It was not a beautiful game. It was an ugly, ugly game start to finish, but you won the ugly game, and at the end of the day, that's all that matters. So, this game was interesting to me, great one, because on one hand, it never got out of striking distance for South Carolina, right? Like it felt like it was within striking distance through the whole game. But on the other hand, it never felt like they were going to be ready to strike. It just always felt like they were just one step behind where they needed to be in order to have that moment. And I got to chalk that up to Clemson's defense.
Oh, without a doubt, Clemson's defense has been strong all year, and South Carolina's offensive line has not been.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Rattler struggled even more so than usual, but you kept thinking, even in almost every game, there's been a couple drives for South Carolina where the line blocked just good enough for him to have enough time to do some magic. That never happened Saturday. So it's just like if they one series, that's all he needs is one series. And he kept waiting for that one series, and instead he was running for his life the entire game.
I mean, listen, if there is an accolade to be distributed based on Saturday's performance, it is to Clemson's defense and only Clemson's defense.
I think you got it. I think Zach mentioned it earlier. I think you got to throw something out there for South Carolina's defense too, because they kept Clemson out of the end zone.
Yeah, but a lot
They
of
still
people
lost.
have kept Clemson out of the end zone.
That's true.
You know who's
That's
kept
true.
Clemson out of the end zone the most this year? Clemson.
Well, there's that.
Clemson. Now, they didn't turn the ball over in this game, right? How many times did we say last week? The key was very simple in this game. If Clemson wins, the turnover margin by 1, they'll win close. By 2, they'll blow the Gamecocks out. Well, South Carolina lost the turnover battle by 2, but they didn't blow them out.
They lost the turnover battle in the first minute.
Yeah. I mean, that's it. And that's what I told everybody last week. I just thought those were going to be spread out. And again, I think you got to give a ton of credit to Khalil Barnes, who created, if I recall correctly, both turnovers, which won them the game, right? Defensively, Clemson held Spencer Rattler, a guy that Carolina fans had been selling us on is the best quarterback in the SEC. He's just playing for a bad team. To 16 of 32, 50% completions, 112 yards, and 1 pick. That being said, South Carolina held Cade Klubnik to 15 of 27 for 100 yards, no tutties, and 1 INT. The game is very simple. The better defense and 219 rushing yards for Clemson. That's it. At the end of the day, Clemson did exactly what they needed to do. They played to their strengths in this game. The strengths were what? Get to Rattler and rock him a little bit. They did that, mission accomplished. And run the ball into the teeth of a defense that is very clearly not as physical as you are. I saw a relatively popular Gamecocker on the internet the other day, Saturday night, who was like, well, when we got down to the red zone and it's inches to go to score and we're running a trick play. You know what? That's telling everybody that you're not physical enough to score. And I'm like, you're not. Is this is not a surprise.
Yeah, that's stating the obvious.
We know that. Yeah, we know. Yes, we know that. We are aware of that. If you are undersized, both height and weight, you do not run into the teeth of the defensive line, the best part of their defense. Now, I'm not saying you necessarily need to go double reverse, end around, flea flicker, Liberty 32, annexation of Puerto Rico. But you can't run, especially with a dinged up running back. You can't run into the teeth of the defense. You've got to do something else. Got to do something else. And unfortunately, it just didn't work. The defense for Clemson gets its flowers because they dominated the line of scrimmage. They got the +2 on the turnover margin, and that's it. That's the game. That's the whole game. That's all it came down to. We can get into the X's and the O's and the Jimmies and the Joes all we want, and we will, because that's what we do for 4 hours here on the Rob Brown radio program. But the reality is the game was ugly. It was a bad team versus a slightly less bad team. I told you Clemson needed to win by 2 turnovers. They did that. And I told you they needed to just run the ball. You don't need in fact, I think you threw it too much. 27 times. That's it.
Yeah, you're playing with fire, letting him throw the ball, because eventually he's going to throw it to the other team.
I think you threw it too many times. There was no need for Cade Klubnik to throw that ball 27 times when you were averaging 5 yards a carry. Lonzo, I'm real bad at math. How many yards are required for a first down?
That would be 10.
And if you're averaging 5 yards a carry, how many carries get you a first down?
That would be 2.
Ding, ding, ding. Tell him what he's won, Johnny. It's not that hard. Well, that was obnoxiously loud.
You just can't handle the treble, man. Too much about the bass.
I'm all about that bass. About that bass. No treble. We got to take a break. Clemson fans, the phone line, 844-326-3663, belongs to you for all of your dunking on them pleasure. Gamecock fans, the phone lines belong to you with the answer that I await to the question, was this year a failure? Are we chalking this up to a failure for the Gamecocks in 2023? I will answer those questions when we come back. I am Rob Brown. The Great One hath returned. The Rob Brown Show continues next. This is the Fan Upstate.
Campbell's.
All right, guys, quick live read right here, and then we'll be right back and say hello to all of you. Stay right there. Okay.
And then it had peaks and valleys like anything does. It's on forever. But it's refreshing how they do it. They kill somebody off and bring in a new actor, and then they go different directions. But they still bring up things that happened like back in the 70s and stuff like that. But they explain it in a way where you're not lost. Smith and James in the next break.
The Rob Brown Show continues. It is the Fan Upstate. Rob and Lonzo with you on a Monday AM. 4 hours of sports talk excellence underway here on the radio broadcast. So, my question for the Gamecocks, and we'll be talking from the Clemson perspective later on in the program as well. My question for the Gamecocks, do we consider year 3 a failure? I have seen everything on the social media since Saturday evening. I have seen 2023 referred to as a, quote, unmitigated disaster. I have seen it referred to as the final honeymoon year. I have seen it referred to as a series of unfortunate events.
I think the last one's probably the one, because injuries, as I've said many times, are a part of any sport.
Sure.
But that was a lot of injuries.
Sure.
It really was a lot of injuries. And I think Beamer gains a year because of injuries.
I'll tell you this. I don't think you're wrong. I don't think he gains a year. I do think he's on the hot seat next year. Right? I don't think he gains a year. I don't think he loses a year. I think next year was always the proving year. And I know it's cliche because I've told you, in my ever so humble opinion, as far as I am concerned, the whole concept that every coach gets 3 years, I don't necessarily believe that. I think there are a lot of variables that go into the equation. But as I told Cody Decker on Saturday, I think that one of the things we as fans do, and I certainly think one thing that most radio guys do, right? We were having a conversation about the Jets. We were having a conversation on Saturday's show about the Jets. And he said, Rob, it's Zach Wilson's fault. And I said, that's really not. Zach Wilson is part of the problem, but it's not his fault. We as radio guys especially, but I think we as fans love to take very complex and complicated situations and we try to boil them down as much as we can to an issue. Now, in the real world, that's not always the worst thing to do, because to solve many issues, you have to solve them one at a time.
As far as Zach Wilson goes, it's like coming into a radio show and being expected to do, it's all set up for the guy that was over there, and that guy's not there, and then everyone expects you to do it exactly the way that guy did it. The Jets were built for Aaron Rodgers. They weren't built for Zach Wilson. So are people upset that Zach Wilson is not Aaron Rodgers? Duh.
Yeah. So I would argue that whether you're the Jets or the Gamecocks or the Rob Brown radio program, when you have a lot of problems, you solve those problems one problem at a time. The problem is not that means you can only work on them one problem at a time. You need to be working on a lot of problems at once so you can maximize your efficiency in solving them. If you can get 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 12 problems solved all within a few days of each other, large chunk of the problem goes away. So I don't think that I can look at the Gamecocks and go, injuries were a problem, or this is a problem, and that is the problem. Injuries were a huge problem, no doubt. But so was the fact that the offensive line, even when they were healthy, was not very good. So was the fact that the defensive line, even when they were healthy, was getting shoved around by every program that was a half step better than South Carolina. So is the problem that in many games, although I don't feel this way about the game against Clemson, defensively, the schemes and the execution were pretty bad all year long for South Carolina, right? I feel like there are multiple problems that we could point at. Some of them reasons, some of them excuses, all of them problems. And I think that these are likely problems that can't all be solved by the time we get to August of 2024, which is 10 years from now, and get kicked off. I don't think you can solve them all. But I think the question now is, for this offseason, can you solve some of them? I saw a report, I'll be working on confirming this over the next couple of hours, that South Carolina either was going to or has already made some changes to their strength and conditioning coach and staff. I think that's a great idea. When you have that many guys getting that banged up and impacting the quality of your program, there is something wrong in that department that needs to be fixed.
Is it too much or not enough?
I don't know.
I mean, because you could be overworked, and that's the reason why you get injured.
You could be overworked. Yeah, you could be underworked. It is, listen, I'm going to tell you right now, strength and conditioning, probably one of the most difficult jobs in coaching, because there's really no way to know that you're doing it right until it all completely falls apart. And it fell apart on the Gamecocks this year. Completely fell apart on them. So I've heard rumors that they either already have started making changes or are going to start making changes. I'll call Emily Adams after the show and see what she can tell me, if anything. I think that defensively, you know, I saw some Gamecocks calling for the head of Clayton White 6 weeks ago. I don't know that that's a bad decision to make a move, right? And if you're going to make it, you got to make it now. The coaching carousel is already slowing down. Mississippi State's got their coach. A&M's got their coach. By the way, what an absolute boat show Texas A&M was on Saturday night. Oh, man. They were going to hire Mark Stoops from Kentucky. And then the Aggies fans went, bleep that. And they were like, oh, no, never mind. Our bad. That's our bad. Instead, we're going to go get Mike Elko from Duke.
See, my feed was full of people saying Ryan Day was going to Texas A&M.
Ryan Day's not getting fired from Ohio State. All right?
We'll see.
We're coming to that later. You think I didn't have a slot scheduled for Lonzo to talk about Ryan Day later in the show as Ohio State gets trounced by Michigan?
There was no trouncing. But I saw that all on my feed. Ryan Day is going to Texas A&M. Like, what? Okay.
No. There was never a chance.
He's moving somewhere. We'll just have to figure out where.
No, we're coming to that later. Point here is the carousel is spinning, but it is slowing down already. It's got to slow down. Transfer portal opens up in like a week. Actually, I think it is a week. I think it opens up either next Sunday or Monday. You better have your guy in spot when the portal gets going, especially the early blitz, right? So if you're going to make moves, now's the time to be making those moves, right? So with that on the table, I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to read David's comment here because I think he's got a good point. There's a few more I want to get to. Do I think this year was a failure? At its core, yes. At its core. Because the expectation for me was be one game better. Now, I think there are some things that we have to go into. Because again, I think in radio, we like to try to boil things down to their most simplistic because it's easy to get angry over simple things. It's not easy to get on about things that are real complicated, right?
That's why people get mad at me.
Because I'm a simple
Because I'm so
man.
simple.
I think you go back and you look at where the L's came from. Turns out, while North Carolina stank down the stretch, They were real good for the first half of the season. That L's not unexpected. You played number 1 Georgia. You played a Tennessee team that stank down the stretch, didn't early, but you had to go to their house. Tough place to win. In fact, I would ask right now, what L's on the schedule would you say were completely unacceptable? There's only one, Lonzo, Florida. Florida's the only L the Gamecocks took this year that I can look at and go, that game was lost by poor decision-making. I would say the A&M game was one you'd really like to have back. Outside of that, none of the other L's were shocking. Not shocking at all. And I told you going in, there's a 2-game swing you could go on. You could be 8-4, you could be 6-6. And that was it. David says this year was a failure. Technically, it started this time last year with the transfer portal and should have become evident after losing Nichols in the spring. We could not afford injuries along the line or at wide receiver. 5-7 in year 3 is a step back, regardless of the circumstances. And it's tough, man. If you get a flat tire, you can't win the race. It's real simple, right? I think that they got a flat tire. But I also think the changes needed, the pit crew needed to fix that tire and limp to at least a not DNF, because that's what this year was. This is a DNF, if I'm going racing terminology. It was a DNF. That didn't happen. And there's your problem. So yes, Gamecocks, this year is a failure. Is it catastrophic? No. But I'll tell you what, Shane Beamer's seat is now officially cranked up to hot. Take a break. We'll come back. We'll keep this conversation going on the Rob Brown radio program. Lonzo and Rob and you on the Fan Upstate.
Smith and James.
All right, guys. Live read right here. Stay right there. We will come right back. All right, dudes and dudettes, welcome back. Skrilla, my man, hang in there, buddy. Pulling for you, pal. The game was an excellent. Yo, dude, Michigan Ohio State was it was almost a perfect football game. It really was. Michigan Ohio State, as long as you're not a Buckeye, was one of, if not the best games to watch this year.
Zach, you really are still excited for that guy. I am curious why, when you're doing so well as a company, that you bring in someone like that. Is it a slap in the face to the other company, or is it just to say, hey, I can do anything? Is this a Triple H move? Because from what I've read, it absolutely was. I don't know. I don't see the value or the necessity for it.
You heard the pop. There's value.
By the way, I hadn't watched it yet, but I saw that happen, and now I just don't want to watch it.
Have you seen? I'm assuming by this point you've seen Seth's.
Yes, reaction. I have, and apparently he reacted again at a house show last night.
Did he?
So which is all work. No, it's all work. It's
Initially, I thought it was a shoot reaction. Now I think it's a work. Either way, here's what
company's already making money, JJ.
I think if you're WWE, you are believing that Punk knows this is his last chance. This is it. He's got nowhere else to go. Unless he's happy to go wrestle for TNA. This is it. This is your last shot. So you gotta hope that he understands he's not on a short leash. They got him by the collar. You're not having any of this here.
Yeah, but you know what?
Every bridge.
You know what? They said that in AEW after the first incident, and you thought there wouldn't be another one, and then there was. I mean, if Seth legitimately doesn't like him, he will not make it that long, because then Hunter's going to have to make a decision, and Seth is too much the company to take sides against him. Supposedly he's going to be on Raw tonight. So
he and the other guy.
Yeah, that other guy. See, I don't know. I mean, people who are big time CM Punk fans, it's like they don't see any wrong in anything that he's done. I mean, as far as his in-ring stuff goes, he's better in-ring than on the mic, in my opinion, because all his mic stuff is scripted. The unscripted stuff is where he got himself in trouble. When he truly went unscripted in AEW, he brought legitimate beefs on camera, and people didn't go, oh, he got me. You got me. No, they got in his face and they punched him. Not that that's how you should handle things. Yeah, I get the whole Seth thing, and that's fine. And maybe you bring that in because of everyone talking about how it adds legitimacy to the new belt. Maybe that's why you do that. So a feud with Punk makes the belt more valuable, I suppose.
Wrapping up hour number 1, we're talking Palmetto Bowl here in the opening 60 of the radio broadcast. If you'd like to be a part of it, 844-326-3663. Text us on the carpros.com text line at 71307, 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N, FAN, F-A-N. Text says, Rob, have you looked at South Carolina's schedule next season? Not favorable for the Beamer. I'm worried for him. Oh, I agree. Next season is going to be a nightmare as opposed to the opponents that are lined up across. Without a doubt. It's not going to be easy. But here's the thing. I think at this point, Shane's kind of beyond the spot where the grace, the friendliness, the culture, whatever, can carry him through. He's kind of past that at this point. I think all of that goodwill evaporated Saturday night. In fact, somebody proposed the question on Saturday evening. I've got a group thread with a bunch of my fraternity brothers where we just talk college football. And one of them, we got to talking about Clemson, South Carolina. And one of them said, Rob, how much differently are the Gamecocks looking at Shane Beamer right now without the Tennessee and or Clemson wins of last year, right? Let's say Shane loses to Tennessee but beats Clemson 31-30. Or worse, let's say he beats Tennessee but he loses to Clemson last year. What's the vibe in Columbia right now? And my thought was probably real bad, honestly, right? I think those 2 wins have done a lot of heavy lifting for Shane Beamer. Why wouldn't they? They capped off the year last year. The vibes were high. Everybody felt like you were pointed in the right direction. And the fortunate thing was we spent so long in that mindset. We spent so long in the mindset of, hey, we smoked Tennessee. We went into Memorial and knocked off the Tigers. We're trending up. We're pointed up. That when this season rolled around, the energy was so high for Gamecock fans that it probably, like, you start real high, you're going to finish higher than maybe you should. I'm looking at the 24 schedule, and it's rough, man. It's rough. You've got Clemson, obviously. You got to go to Alabama. You got to go to Kentucky. You got to go to Oklahoma. You got LSU coming to the house. You got Ole Miss coming to the house. You've got Mizzou. That's a top 10 program coming to the house. You got the Aggies under Mike Elko. I'm going to tell you right now, I hate a Texas A&M Aggie, but that's about as good of a hire as they could have made. You've got your guaranteed wins right now. You got 4. Old Dominion, Akron, Wofford, Vandy.
All right.
That's it. This team could legitimately be 4-8 next year.
You're getting excited, angry, whatever it is about a schedule that's basically that every single year. I mean, you're going to get that kind of schedule every year in the SEC. You just absolutely are. So you can't go, oh, well, next year we got it easy. No, because you're not going to. And the year after that, you're not going to have it easy. As long as you exist within the SEC, you're going to have a hard schedule. I mean, so the schedule thing is just kind of an excuse to me. I mean,
I don't think it is. I don't think you have had a schedule this difficult based on, hear me out. Based on this. Coming into this year, what was Mizzou to us? At the very minimum, a toss-up game. Honestly, it was a lean win for me. Mizzou's a top 10 program. Ole Miss, traditionally a team that at the very worst, it's a toss-up game. You'd like to consider it a win. Ole Miss is a top 25 program right now. Oklahoma gets added to the schedule. You got to go to Oklahoma this year. Oklahoma, pretty good team. That's 10-2, and they beat a top 10 team in Texas.
What you're trying to say is Carolina can't even be average anymore.
No,
that's what it sounds like. You used to be average, so the teams that you used to beat made you average, and now those teams have gotten better and you haven't, so you can't even be average.
What I'm saying is this: if we're going to be a program that accepts being average, then just say it. But do you think, based on what Beamer's done the last 3 years, there's a lot of Carolina fans out there that are happy to be 6-6 every year? No, they're tired of it. They're tired of it. One of the few things that my comrade in arms, Mark Ryan, and I agree on is that the expectations of your program are only set by your fans. That's it. If your fans, by and large, are happy with, oh, we have fun on Saturdays and we're 6-6, but we love the tailgate.
So
let me finish.
Okay, because I completely disagree with both of you.
Your expectations are set by your fans and their reaction to what the decisions are. Why do you think A&M didn't hire Mark Stoops? It wasn't because after they had already gotten everything in line, they went, oh, maybe he's not that good. It was because the fans revolted against them. and said, this is not good enough for us. And they quite literally pulled the contract from Mark Stoops to go find somebody else A&M fans would be happy with. You set the expectation. And if you are good with 6-6, fine. I don't think the Gamecock fans are happy with being a 6-6 program.
All right. First of all, fans, except for the fans in Texas A&M, should not have that kind of power. We know that Texas A&M fans have that kind of power because they decided to pay that kind of money to get rid of a coach, and now they think they have the power to decide what coach should go in there, and the powers that be there are allowing them to do that. So, I mean, that's on them. But when it comes down to, I don't care if the fan base thinks something should happen or not. It's up to the coaches and the people in charge to make that happen. How do the fans control what players come in there? If we get to that point, well, maybe they do now with NIL. You can't blame it on the fans. You just can't.
Let me be clear. I'm not blaming anything on fans.
Because that's what it sounds like. You said, the fans are complacent. It doesn't matter if they're complacent or not.
That's not what I said.
You don't go out and go,
that's not
man,
what I said.
I hope I make the fans happy today. You want to go out and win. And if you go out and win, the fans will be happy.
That's not what I said. Don't put words in my mouth. What I said was the fans' attitude dictates the direction you're going.
How?
How? Fans control everything.
How?
Money.
Okay.
Spending money.
Okay.
Buying tickets.
So you're going to do that.
Well,
if that program, you should just not show up. That's not going to happen.
That's not what I said.
No.
What I said
I was quoting someone else. Anyway,
here's what I said. Here's how. Let me phrase that. Let me not give you what I said. Let me give you what I mean. Let me boil it down. If you as a fan base in mass, not little pockets of fans, not the Instagram fans, not the Twitter fans, you in mass, repeatedly tell your program we are not happy with what's happened, they will have changes. There is a difference between having direct control over the choices versus putting pressure on the people who make the choices to make different and or better choices. There's a difference. Texas A&M fans didn't get to choose who the head coach was, but they put enough pressure on Ross Bjork that he had to realize the process we went through to pick Mark Stoops isn't good enough. And by the way, the fans in that case were very, very right.
He gave them
right.
He gave them the power when he allowed for them to pay to get rid of the coach. So now they believe they have the power to decide who the next coach is. And it's a horrible precedent. And if it's followed by other places,
Mike Elko, who you taking?
Neither.
I'm going Mike Elko, 100%. He just took Duke to 7-5 in a conference that's producing probably a playoff team. He took that team to 7-5. By the way, in the Power 5 conference that has more bowl eligible teams than any other Power 5 conference, Mike Elko took Duke 7-5. Here's the point that I'm making. The Stoops hire was a bad hire. The Elko hire is a good hire. And they push back. So all I'm saying here is this. If Carolina fans are happy with, hey, we're just here to have a good time, Willie B's hopping on a Saturday, and that's all we're really concerned about, fine. You're Virginia Tech. Enjoy that. Enjoy being Virginia Tech of South Carolina.
You're right. Stay home, because if you stay home, well, then recruits will go, well, I want to go there. No, you go to the place and you do what you do, and then recruits will want to come there. It's all a cycle.
If I go to a place and I repeatedly get kicked in the stones, but I get told you're a bad fan if you don't show up, screw that. No. Now, I have not once said, not one time said, stay home, Gamecocks. Don't support this program. I've never said that. I didn't say it this segment. I've never said it in the past. What I have said is be vocal about your expectations. On this show, on other shows in the public sphere, be vocal about your demands of the program that you are investing in. And I don't think 5-7 in the SEC East. And by the way, one of the worst things that can happen right now for South Carolina is the dissolution of divisions, because you were in the easier division.
I do have a demand.
Then we go to break?
Yes.
Yeah, I figured. Be vocal about your expectations, because 5-7 ain't it, right? It ain't it. I'm not saying you give up on Beamer. I'm saying that it's time to push this program forward, because you can. We've seen it get close. It's also time to push the show into a sports flash.
Yeah, the one thing that I couldn't wait to get back to, the Sports Flash. The Palmetto Bowl started with a controversial backward pass by the Gamecocks that led to a Clemson touchdown and eventual victory for the Tigers 16-7. Former President Donald Trump was in attendance to see the Tigers avenge last year's loss. Clemson heads to a lower bowl. South Carolina goes home. San Diego was outrushed by over 100 yards last night by the Baltimore Ravens in a 20-10 defeat. The Chargers managed just 86 yards on the ground while giving up 197. With the win, the Ravens now move to the top spot in the AFC. Philadelphia Eagles are now the only NFL team with double-digit wins after a 37-34 overtime win over Just Josh and the Buffalo Bills. Tune in tonight at 7:30 for Monday Night Football as the Bears take on the Vikings right here on your home for the NFL, The Fan. Upstate. Tyler was a work, people. It was a setup by Dabo to motivate his team. That is my theory. Give a couple seconds at the end to let it breathe because, Stephen, we're leading into traffic, which has no music under it. So a little bit of music in there, you know, not bad for someone who just came back from vacation. Thank you, James. Glad to be back. Zach, no, we're probably even. Here's the thing. As I've gotten older, I've learned to control my emotions to a degree because getting riled up is just going to make me sick. And Saturday I had, I don't know, maybe if I didn't have a show to do Saturday evening, maybe I get a little more upset, but I do believe that some people can still make me angry, but as far as the game goes, you know, and one of us has to be less emotional. So I'm less emotional for her because I can't get her to not be. So. Thank you, Stephen. Whether I put thought into everything I do or not, I'm going to make you think I do. But my reason was, you know, that's why I did that. Because I really think traffic needs music underneath it. So if you go dry next to dry, it doesn't sound right. Although if I was really skilled, I'd have a traffic bed to play under it while I was playing.
Knight Rider theme.
I'm not that kind of skilled. What?
Knight Rider theme.
I'm not sure that'll fly with powers that be, but you never know. Don't do that to him, Zach. Yes, Zach Adams, that's exactly what I'm saying. And first of all, it doesn't mean that Dabo came up with it. Maybe someone else did. But yeah, it's a work. Tyler's not a real person. Come on, it's Monday after a holiday. Be nice. Wasn't like he wasn't all over social media yesterday.
Who?
Angry. Oh, we're talking about you.
Oh, I was very angry yesterday. My team sucks.
No, Tyler is just, some radio shows, not this one. They have, I'm going to tell a secret here. They have these things where they can, no, I'm not going to do it. All right. So some,
You kind of already did.
some things aren't real. And
Now
you can
definitely
set those
did.
things up ahead of time. It's got a bit, and a bit and a work are basically the same thing. And Tyler's not real. That's why no one was able to get them on their show, because he ain't real. He declined. I said what I said. I got to go now because I got another show that another thing that I got paid to do,
And away we go, ladies and gentlemen. The Rob Brown Show hits the second quarter. Rob, and guess who's back? Back again. Lonzo's back. Tell your friends. The great one makes his triumphant return, banners unfurled and trumpets sounding to the radio program. You want to be a part of the show? You can do it. 844-326-3663. There it is. Little fanfare, adequate. Primarily because I got to tell you, I am, it turns out, more than good enough to host and produce my own radio program. The thing is, I don't want to. I can. I have the ability to. I'm happy to should the circumstances call for it.
What a braggart over here.
I just don't want to.
I could, if I chose to.
Oh, no.
I could do my job and your job
No.
and do them very well.
Not if I chose to. There's no day I'm going to wake up and be like, you know what? I think I'd like to do more jobs today.
I got to say, the perfect time of day to do what you're doing is right now, right when the boss gets up, so he can hear, wow, I could save money. Rob just said he could do all this on his own and do it really well. And I heard what he did last week. What do we need Lonzo for? Let's just put Rob over there permanently. Way to go, Rob. Good move.
I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Can does not translate to will. All right? Let's be clear.
Selective listening by everyone, including the boss possibly, heard you say exactly what I said you said.
No, I didn't.
You said you could do the job and that I'm
If
unnecessary.
if I said exactly what you said, you wouldn't have need to said it. You could have just been like, y'all heard that, but you didn't. You had to change what I said to make it worse.
I do not manipulate. I interpret.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get to some stuff here on the show. Let's get to the 3 things you have to know before you get to work and start talking sports with your coworkers. Let's get to the water cooler cheat sheet.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying,
You hear that?
before they take their first bathroom.
Here we go.
Welcome to the water cooler cheat sheet on the Fan Upstate.
It's a good effort. You've been out for a while.
No, it was a subconscious thing because I was going to play Hardball's America, and I really didn't want to play it, but I was going to, and my brain said, no, you're not doing that.
America. Ladies and gentlemen, the water cooler cheat sheet, the 3 things you have to know before you get to work and start talking sports around, well, the water cooler or wherever you may gather on a beautiful Monday morning. Very foggy Monday morning. Let's not call it beautiful yet. See if the sun burns this stuff off. We start, as we always do, on a Monday with our Palmetto review. And in a game that we have already discussed and we'll get into later, we go to item number 1. I saved it. Don't worry. I saved it.
Thanks to incredible hand gestures.
16-7, your final score is Clemson ends South Carolina's winning streak over them at 1. Cade Klubnik, 15 of 27, 100 yards, no tutties, and 1 pick. Very vocal at the end of the game was Cade Klubnik for a guy who went just over 50% with 100 yards, no touchdowns, and interception. Screaming at the Gamecock fans, this is our house. But More importantly, the Tigers held Spencer Rattler to just 50% on 16 of 32 passing, 112 yards. The difference in this game, exactly what I told you it was going to be last week. The Clemson Tigers win the turnover battle as Khalil Barnes comes up with a recovered fumble, also comes up with an INT. Those two scores ended up with a 10-7 first quarter advantage for the Tigers. The Gamecocks would not find the end zone nor the goalpost another time in the football contest. A field goal in the second quarter, a field goal in the third was all Clemson found and all Clemson needed to get the win. The other difference in the game, on the ground, Mario Anderson got his bell rung early in the contest, did not ever appear to be the same guy. A lot of people questioning why Shane and co even put him back on the field after that knock to the noggin. He ended up on 35 yards, 13 carries. The Gamecocks only 57 rushing yards on 24 carries for less than 3 yards per carry and 1 rush on the ground for that first touchdown from Luke Doty. But Clemson, 219 rushing yards on 46 carries, good for just a tick shy of 5 yards a carry. No touchdowns through the air, no touchdowns on the ground, only an INT return for a tutty made the difference in this one ultimately, as Clemson knocks off South Carolina. In the NFL, the Panthers fall to 1-10 after a 17-10 loss on the road against the Tennessee Titans. Derrick Henry, 76 yards on 18 carries and 2 touchdowns on the ground. Will Levis, 18 of 28 for 185, no touchdowns, no sacks. BY threatened the 200-yard mark, 18 of 31 for 194, and would have gotten it if not for multiple drops from wide receivers in this game. Carolina had 96 rushing yards, actually outrushed and outpassed the Tennessee Titans. They just couldn't outscore them when it was all said and done. All receivers led by John Mingo, 4 catches for 60 yards on 6 targets. One of those, a drop on the sideline that I don't understand what John Mingo was doing. He jumped in the air, but twisted backwards to try to catch the ball. And granted, I will acknowledge on the run, not the most accurate pass BY has ever thrown, but more than catchable. But for some reason, John Mingo felt like he needed to jump the wrong way and try to spin backwards to get it. I still don't understand what the hell he was doing.
This is one thing I don't miss, the fact that we watched 2 different games.
No, we didn't. We watched the same game. You're just wrong about it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. The person throwing the ball was a problem, but and anyway.
Yes, it was. When he is okay. I put up multiple videos and pictures yesterday. And if you didn't see those, I'm just going to say this because and I'm saying this about Diesel. I'll fight him later. I'm saying this about everybody. If you are watching this team and you think Bryce Young is the problem, you are wrong.
No,
it's not a discussion anymore.
David Tepper is the problem, and I don't think you can absolutely say someone's wrong about their opinion because
no, I can't.
If you look at the stats and you look at how he's regressing, and
he just went 194 yards.
All right, when the game is over and you immediately have to go into the arms of an assistant coach to give you a hug, I don't know if you saw that or not, but it's exactly what happened. It was him just as much as it was anybody else. You act like it's not him at all. He's throwing on the ground, and yeah, he was running for his life. And all I could think of while I was watching this game, if I put Spencer Rattler in here,
it would be worse.
Spencer Rattler. No.
You're losing this game.
No. By the way, Spencer Rattler, with as much time as the Panthers gave Bryce Young.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
What game were you watching?
Yeah. Compare.
What the hell were you watching?
That line's like 100 times better.
Pulled an old game from Carolina?
No. I watched the entire thing.
Ike Ekwonu looked like a in that game. He got his ass kicked.
Spencer Rattler would have completed some
Dude, you're
some
wrong.
passes, which is
You're wrong.
good because he'll be available in the draft, lower in the draft, and maybe they actually get one right and
You're
bring him in.
You're wrong.
No, I'm
It's
not.
real simple.
I'm
You're
not.
wrong.
I'm not wrong.
I love you like
get,
a brother.
You get angry,
You're
you
wrong.
can yell. There are a lot more people on my side who think Bryce
there's
Young
not.
is the problem. Yeah,
No,
there
there's
are.
not. I
Text
didn't
line
say-
71307. Is Bryce Young a good quarterback?
And inevitably, when people say, no, Lonzo's wrong, then he will come up with a reason
No.
that this text
No.
is skewed.
No, I won't. I won't. I mean,
I'll
You
tell you what.
got your people. I got my people.
No.
Here's the thing.
It's fine.
Be honest. Don't pick one side or the other. Is Bryce Young the guy? Because he's not.
There it is. There's the kicker.
He's not.
When Lonzo shows that the overwhelming opinion shows that the roster sucks and the offensive line sucks, then he'll go, oh, it's just people taking Rob's side.
I don't know why you're getting so worked up about it. He either is or he isn't. It really
Very
is.
first text, Lonzo, you are wrong.
All right. Very first thing on the stream. Bryce Young sucks. So there you go. I mean, and I don't have the text line up. I can bring it up and that's fine. I mean, I still don't get why you get so upset and you are so behind this guy who's so bad. If you were on Saints, you would be destroying him every single week. Bryce Young, he's not the guy. You put him in front of the best offensive line
You have no
out there,
Okay,
and
in 3 weeks.
and I believe he is not going to play
In
any
3
better.
weeks, in 3 weeks, in the last 3 games, in game number 1,
Quit throwing up gang signs,
in
man.
game number 1, Kirk Herbstreit said there is no way to adequately diagnose Bryce Young as a good or bad quarterback. They have no protection and no receivers. In game number 2,
I don't like
I'm
Kirk
not done.
Herbstreit, so I don't believe
care.
in anything in his
Okay,
opinion.
Then let's go to game
So-
number 2.
so he's completely
Greg
wrong.
Olsen. Greg Olsen said the exact same thing last week. He said you cannot evaluate Bryce Young. This week,
Former Panther. Yeah.
Mark Schlereth said you cannot evaluate 3 weeks in a row. 3 different football
Washed
guys.
up old guy. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Lonzo's right. We're all wrong. That's just
No.
it.
There's-
3 different guys who are paid literally to do this for a living.
Wow.
Herbstreit, Olsen.
I'm glad I'm not paid to
Okay,
do this
so-
for a living.
so-
I mean,
So Olsen's opinion's irrelevant to you? He's just
I
a
didn't-
washed up old Panther. Doesn't matter.
I
Shut your mouth.
I didn't say that.
Okay.
And what I said is by saying he's an ex-Panther, that means he's going to have some bias towards the team. Obviously.
There's always a reason.
Well, yeah.
Schlereth,
That's what
Herbstreit, Olsen. All 3 have said the exact same
You're right.
thing
You're right,
3
James.
weeks in a row.
You're right. He knows ball. I don't. So I try.
Dude,
I try really hard.
If you watched Ike Ekwonu yesterday and you went, Bryce is the problem, then no, you don't know ball.
Okay. All right. I don't know why I'm here, but you just said earlier that you could do the job without me. So maybe you need to.
Ike Ekwonu sucked yesterday. The offensive line
By the way, was
sucked
that
yesterday.
number 2?
No, it was number 1, but I don't even care about 2 and 3 anymore.
What you get? It's just the thing.
Damon Giannis came back from down 26, the largest in the NBA season so far. They won that game. And also the Ravens and the Eagles both won and now both have a firm grasp on the number 1 spots in the NFC and AFC respectively. There you go. There's your 3
I just
items.
wanted to play the thing for the people, because I'm over here for the people and you're over there for your people. I'm there for everybody and you're there for your little group that thinks Bryce Young is good.
Just my little group of
Listen,
me, Schlereth, Herbstreit, and Olsen.
I threw little in there because we know what that means.
Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm, mhm. Just me, Schlereth, Olsen, and nobody else. That's it. That's the whole list. Anyway, if you're not watching the stream right now at facebook.com/thefanupstate, you should. No particular reason. It's not like I'm definitely not showing a clip right now of what Bryce is playing behind. No, that's fine. That's 100% Bryce's fault. Look at that.
So I have a question for you,
Yeah, no.
and this is a legitimate question. You'll poo-poo it somehow. So are there any film of him actually having time to throw? Because I do recall
Yes.
seeing him having
Yes.
time to throw,
And he completed passes
and
when
he
did.
threw it in the dirt or whatever, if that's turf or I don't know, but he threw it in the dirt and was busy, not throwing it the way he should to receivers so they could actually catch the ball.
Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm.
Yeah.
Let's just, again, if you're not watching the stream at facebook.com/thefanupstate, twitter.com/thefanupstate, on YouTube,
You're
by
gonna
searching
get
and
us
subscribing
flagged
to
if you
The Fan
keep
Upstate or going to
playing this.
Twitch.
Probably.
No, well, it's a YouTube glyph. It's a GIF. We should be fine, and I don't care if we're not because I have a point to prove.
Should.
I am willing.
It's all about you,
throw-
not about the overall.
I am willing to throw this stream into the trash to prove my point. If you watch, this happened all game. If you're not
so
watching
every
clip,
single play looked just like this one.
very close.
No, it didn't.
More often than it didn't.
I watched the game. It did not. I mean, it's pretty easy to go. You can go with any game, any team, and find selective clips to prove your point. It doesn't mean that other people are not going to have a different opinion. And there are quite a few of us who believe that Bryce Young is the problem.
That's fine. You're wrong. I'll say it. I'll say it to whoever I need to say it
You
to.
know what, Rob? You're not wrong. You're entitled to
I
your
know.
opinion. Just because it's different than mine doesn't mean that it's wrong. It's your opinion. Your opinion may be flawed, which it is, and overprotective of the shark. Listen. You like taking care of the kids. You're trying to take care of them. If he was here right now, you would give him such a hug. You would just squeeze him. It would be like a deacon hug, which are the best hugs in the entire world, and just pat him on the head and tell him everything's going to be all right. It's not, because he's not good. And you put him on a better team, he's still not going to be good.
You have no idea. You cannot know that.
And neither
can't know
do you.
that.
You're right.
Right, but I'm not the one saying
I'm
he would.
speculating. I'm speculating.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not the
what
one
that's
saying
what we
he's
do.
going to be a Pro Bowler. I've never said that. All I've said is he has negative tools for success right now. None. I just showed you what he was behind. The concept of you got to respect everybody's opinions. No, the hell I don't. I respect your right to have an opinion. I absolutely can tell you that opinion's wrong. If you think the primary number one biggest problem in Carolina right now is Bryce Young, you are wrong entirely. Hey, I'm glad you're back, buddy. It's good to have you here. I missed you last week. We'll talk wrestling.
Now I'm good. We have to adjust the air in here though, because it got really warm all of a sudden. I don't know why.
Yeah, I'm hot, man. I'm hot. All right, let's take a break. I'm Rob. He's Lonzo. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. This is the Fan Upstate.
Lights.
All right, guys. Real quick live read. We'll be right back. Robin Zoe going at it before Festivus has even begun. When does Festivus?
Yeah, I was going to say, when is that exactly? I don't know.
Festivus starts December 23rd.
Ooh. December 23rd, I'm going to be doing the Upstate Pulse annual Christmas karaoke special. Should we have a segment set aside for Festivus?
You should have a Festivus segment. Yes, you should.
Mm.
Airing of grievances, feats of strength.
Well, I know I'll win that. So, I mean, I might actually have to do that. I mean, it's not every time that it falls right on that day. So, by the way, people, we're good. We're just being quiet at the moment. I want you to know that I'm trying to find something and I can't find it. All right. I'm fine. I don't know if he's fine. Okay, all right.
If I hear Tony Romo say the words
There it is.
championship DNA one more time, I'm going to puke.
Why do you not have
No, he was
DNA?
calling the Eagles-Bills game yesterday, and I swear to you, I stopped counting after the 12th time he said, they've just got that championship DNA. There's nothing you can do. They just have that championship DNA. I'm like, break the game down, Tony. Tell us why.
Wow, someone on the text line called me goofy. That makes me think that maybe they listened to another show and, The
Rob Brown Show carries on. Robin Lonzo with you. It is time, as we do every Monday, for the Rob B Remix. We're going to take a look at the final regular season AP Top 25, and we are going to put them in what I believe to be the correct order. Now, I will tell you, as I did a number of weeks ago, the deeper we get into the season, the more likely the Rob B Remix is going to be in line with the actual AP poll, and it is more correct today, although I do have two different swaps inside of the top four. The AP poll at the conclusion of the regular season ends like this. They've got Mizzou checking in at, well, actually, let me start with the fact that we know the results of championship. We know the results of championship Sunday. We're going to get to that coming up in a little while.
You got the championship DNA thing stuck on your head.
Really
That's
do.
what.
Y'all, if I hear Tony Romo say the words championship DNA one more time, I'm going to lose my mind. I watched the Eagles-Bills game yesterday, and I swear to you, he said it a dozen times before I stopped counting.
By the way, really quick,
infuriating.
The texter said, cut Lonzo loose. You're so stupid.
Nah, yeah, we're not doing that.
You're so dumb.
Number 10, Penn State in the AP poll. Penn State, of course, with a 42-0 win over Michigan State. Number 9, Missouri gets that 9 spot. Alabama checks in at number 8. Texas at number 7. Ohio State falls to number 6 after they fall by 6 to the Michigan Wolverines. Oregon hangs on to their spot at number 5 after a 31-7 demo job on Oregon State. FSU finds a way past Florida. They are the lowest ranked of the undefeateds at the 4 spot. Washington knocks off Washington State in a close one on the road, 24-21. Michigan after their 30-24 win over Ohio State goes to number 2. And Georgia, of course, hangs on at number 1. First place vote distribution, 52 of them went to Georgia, 10 of them to Michigan. No other first place votes were allocated elsewhere. So with that knowledge, let us take a look at the Rob B remix. This is my order of the top 10 based on what we've seen out of this season. I am going to start with number 10, and I am leaving Penn State in there. Penn State 10-2. They win over Michigan State 42-0. Thought that might be a little bit of a letdown game for Penn State. Disappointed on the way the season went, losing to both Ohio State and Michigan. But they blank Sparty. However, they lost their 2 biggest games. I got to move them there. Just ahead of them, after a 48-14 win over Arkansas, I am going with Mizzou at number 9. Missouri, a team that, again, beginning of the year, we thought was going to be a coin flip type of game for the Gamecocks. Turns out, Mizzou's not too bad. And for the record, if Missouri is capable of it, South Carolina's capable of it. Okay? I'm just going to say that. We'll come back to that opinion later on in the radio program. At number 8, I'm going to dump Ohio State all the way down to number 8. They are going to check in as a one-loss team behind Alabama, behind Texas. Both of those teams have a loss. Both of those teams have a loss to a top 7
It's a
team.
little harsh. Jump all the way
I don't
down
think it is
to-
right now.
to
I think
8?
if
Okay.
I put Ohio State and Texas on the field, I'd say Texas -1.5. If I put Ohio State and Bama on the field, I'd say probably Bama -2.5. I think those teams are just a tick better right now, but doesn't matter because we're all the way down at number 8. It does matter for the number 7 team. I am putting Alabama 1 spot behind Texas. I'm going to be real. I think this is a pick'em game if these 2 teams were to meet on a neutral site. The difference, the only reason, remember, the Rob B remix is not a power ranking. It is a poll of me. It is a poll of me. And it takes everything into consideration that has been done on the field this year from start to finish.
Is it a poll of your voices in your head, or is it?
They
just
talk to me.
Okay.
They understand.
All right.
Alabama lost to Texas straight up. If Alabama did not lose to Texas, if both of these teams had a loss, but Bama's wasn't to Texas and Texas's was to Bama, I'd have them flip. If they both had a loss and they hadn't played each other, I'd probably say Alabama goes a spot above Texas. But there is some importance to the heads-up win. It is one of a number of factors that I use. I got Alabama 7 and Texas at number 6. At number 5, and I mean this, if you have been betting Oregon with me since I told you 5-6 weeks ago, I think they are the single most complete team in college football, you have won a lot of money. Thank you very much. The Oregon Ducks go at number 5, and the only reason they're not higher is they do have that 36-33 L to the Washington Huskies. I'll tell you right now, I think Oregon is better than Florida State. I think Ohio State is better than Florida State. I think Alabama is better than Florida State. I think Texas is better than Florida State. But I certainly think Oregon's better than Florida State. However, I've got to take into consideration everything that's happened all season long. And the Noles check in at number 4 because they are 12-0. They are one of only 4 teams in America that had an undefeated regular season, and they get the flowers for that. So the Noles slide into the 4 spot. It took them a while to get it going against the Gators, but they get it done 24-15. They were in the whole 12-0. Zoe, until Florida players just started spitting on Florida State players right in front of the official. At that point, the Noles took it personally, gutted out a win on the ground, 24-15, and the Noles go to 12-0 at number 4. 1 spot ahead of them after that 24-21 win over Washington State. Give me the Huskies of Washington. Michael Penix Jr. should not win the Heisman. Jaden Daniels should. He did it again this weekend, but Penix Jr. will be in New York City, and he will also be in Las Vegas this Friday, when the Huskies and the Ducks get it on in the Pac-12 championship game with a spot in the playoffs on the line. The winner of that game is going to the college football playoffs, undoubtedly. That is playoff game number 1. Playoff game number 2 takes place on Saturday afternoon. Alabama, Georgia. Playoff game 3 takes place when FSU plays Louisville in the ACC title game on Saturday night. At number 2, I do have the Michigan Wolverines. They are one of the 4 teams in the nation that finished undefeated after they finished Ohio State 30-24 in a game that, honestly, and we'll talk about this in a minute because I got to get to this Ryan Day thing. Ohio State beat themselves as much as Michigan beat them. All right? But there were 2 keys to the game, one for both teams that I had. If Ohio State stops Blake Corum, they win the game. If Michigan makes Kyle McCord regress and throw some picks, they win the game. Both of those things were on the table. Only one of them came true. And Wolvie moves to number 2. And, of course, at number 1, in a game that was dramatically closer than any of us expected, 31-23 over the Ramblin' Wreck of Georgia Tech. Georgia at 12-0 finishes in the Rob B remix at number 1. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again, kids. Said it before, say it again. Brent Key is doing an excellent job at Georgia Tech. I love what he is doing at Georgia Tech. And the fact that they competed with Georgia. Now, you're going to hit me. A lot of you are. A lot of y'all are going to hit me with, yeah, Rob, but Georgia was looking ahead to Alabama. Georgia was looking ahead to Alabama. Okay. And Brent Key took advantage of that fact. And Brent Key had the Georgia Tech Ramblin' Wreck in a 1-score game till the conclusion. 1-score game. They were in it. They were down 8. A score and a 2-point, and they're right back in that football game. They hung around in a game that they were minus 18 and a half in. They kept it to 8. I don't know what else you want me to tell you. I love what Brent Key is doing. I am not going to say that this is a beatable Georgia program, but I am. They are. That being said, Auburn held Alabama to a miracle finish, but we'll see. Texter said, hate to tell you this, but Bo Nix is taking the Heisman. He might. He should not. He shouldn't. Jaden Daniels is a better quarterback today than Bo Nix is. And Bo Nix is a great quarterback. What do you have, 2 picks all season long? And I think both of them were NHFs. Both of them were not his faults. I remember I think it was it the Washington game or the Washington State game where he had a pick where the receiver caught the ball, took 5 steps with the ball out in front of his face, and a defender just went up, thank you, just plucked it, took off the other way, and they counted it as a pick, which it should not have been. Bo Nix is a damn fine quarterback. Again, I have been on the Oregon bandwagon longer than any of you. I love this team. I think this team is the most complete team in college football. Jaden Daniels and what he is doing with the football is otherworldly. It's otherworldly. Well, he's got 3 losses, Rob. I don't care. I don't care. There's no obligation for the best team in America to have the best player or vice versa. Is he the best player or not? To me, it's Jaden Daniels. That's it. All right, let's take a break. Your Rob B remix as it's written. Penn State at number 10, number 9, Mizzou, number 8, Ohio State, 7, Alabama, Texas is 6, Oregon is 5. Your undefeateds stack up 4-3-2-1 as FSU, Washington, Michigan, and Georgia. And I'll tell you right now, I could be convinced in one text to put Michigan ahead of Georgia. I could be convinced of it. But right now, I've got Michigan 2, Georgia 1. Let's take a break. When we come back here in just a minute, what do the playoffs look like with championship weekend left to go? Oregon, Washington, Georgia, Alabama, FSU, Louisville. It's all coming up next on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
Sent you something on X. It's a picture.
I popped. 100%. Yeah, that's what I popped for. All right, guys, give me 45 seconds. I'll be right back. right, friends, we are back. Thank you guys for hanging out with us on a Monday morning. For real, though, the whole Panthers organization sucks. I worked an event for them as a cameraman back in July, and they still haven't paid my invoice. And since Bryce isn't the one that would be paying me, I don't think he's the main problem, but I'm not convinced he is a part. I never said he wasn't part of the problem, but I also think there is zero ability for Bryce Young to be working on consistency right now. That's it.
Someone has adorned the windowsill in the Word Studio with a nice new plant. And I had a theory as to who that was, and I wanted to confirm that theory, and I was correct.
What kind of plant is it?
Yeah, you got to go look. I don't know, dude.
Is it like a succulent? Is it a fern? Is it a cactus?
All right. So anyway, as I was told, the person who brought it in said they brought in a work friend for everyone.
Tim.
No.
Really?
Come on. Come on. How long has he been here? If he's bringing in a plant, it's probably not the kind that you should bring in. And no.
Well, I'm assuming first and foremost, it's not a pot plant, which would be hilarious.
Right. That was
dragging across.
Anyway. As soon as I saw the plant, I knew who did it. There's only one other person it could be. And he sounds just like Sammy. If he had red hair, he would look just like Sammy. By the way, I never thought I would say this, but I appreciate the stream more than the text line. But I knew that's how it was. Stream, you guys are much more civil, even when you disagree. Text line, you're stupid. He's dumb. He should be gone. He sounds like Goofy. Duh. So that's a work for sure.
Chris says Bryce Young, TMFIR, really bad.
Here's the thing. If you're looking at ability and you feel like that two players are kind of the same, but you know the makeup of your team and the person you're bringing in has to be strong in a way where they're going to endure a whole lot, I think you make another choice. I hate to see someone get broken, and he is getting broken physically. Amazingly, he's made it okay, but I think mentally he is getting broken bad.
Been up for 1 hour.
Yeah, I know. I
43 votes, 81.5%
say
Bryce Young is not.
That's fine because the way you worded the poll.
There it is. I called it.
Yeah.
Called it.
Yeah.
I nailed it.
Because he always does this. He
I nailed
changes the poll to be in his favor. If I worded the
sure.
poll, it would be fair and balanced.
The question is very simple.
No.
Is Bryce Young the primary problem in Carolina?
That is not. See
That's
that.
the question.
No. That what that says is we all know it's everybody, so we can't just put it all. Yeah, it's horrible. I'm embarrassed.
The Rob Brown Show carries on. It is the Fan Upstate. All right. Let me go ahead and make this real easy for you. If Florida State beats Louisville this Saturday in Charlotte, North Carolina, to become a 13-0 Power 5 conference champion and reclaim the crown of the Atlantic Coast Conference, they are in the playoffs. All right? Save your breath. Save your arguments. Save your thumbs. I don't want anybody getting carpal tunnel firing off 98 tweets at me. All right. I mean, I do. I want you to fire those tweets off. I want you to follow me on Twitter at The Rob Brown Show, at Lonzo on Word, and at everybody at VFan Upstate. But save them in this capacity. If Florida State goes 13-0, they're going to the finals. And here's why. I am not going to sit here and make the argument to you, though I could, that Florida State doesn't look better than one-loss Oregon. They don't. I don't think Florida State looks better than one-loss Texas. I don't think Florida State looks better than one-loss Alabama. Hell, I don't think Florida State's better than one-loss Ohio State. I think you got to go down to number 9 before you find a team that I would go, okay, I would favor FSU by 2.5 or more in this game. But that is not how we select champs. I know that the vernacular we like to use is that the playoff rankings are designed to get the 4 best teams on the field to determine who is the national champion. What I think we fight about is how we determine the 4 best teams. I think there are a lot of people who subscribe to the thought of the 4 best teams are biometric, the teams that look the best on the eye test. Guys, the eye test is a part of it. It is a part of it. It is not it solely by itself. We're having a lot of nuance in the show today. I think sports conversations, as much as anything else, require more nuance. But if we're being honest with each other, if we're keeping it 100, nuance doesn't make great radio. It just doesn't. I don't care. Nuance must be added to the conversation. There are other factors that must be looked at. I need season-long success. There is no better success than a 12-0 regular season. I need rival wins. Florida State got multiple of them this year. I would argue 3. Clemson, Miami, and Florida beat all 3. I need performance. Florida State in all 12 games. In fact, I saw the number earlier this AM. Let me pull it back up. Florida State in the second half of all 12 games combined. This includes LSU, Clemson, Miami, the University of Florida. All 12 games, the defense gave up 58 second half points. 17 of them came in garbage time, a late touchdown from LSU after the game was effectively decided, and a late touchdown against USM, 10 points in which the game was already decided. 17 of 58 points. So if you want to give them credit, 41 second half, not fourth quarter, second half points through the second half of the entire 12-game stretch. There are elements to the eye test that I do not think that fans take into consideration. That's one of them. FSU's second half defense has been one of the best in the country. The fights have all been caused in the first half. If they beat Louisville and they win the ACC championship, they go to the playoff. We got James that popped into the chat. He said, beating Louisville and winning the ACC means what? They just lost to Kentucky, LOL. Yeah, listen, why do we love rivalry weekend? Why do we love rivalry weekend? We don't love it because of rivalries. I mean, some of us do. I love a Michigan-Ohio State game. I love Kentucky-Louisville games. I love rivalry games as a whole. But the vast, overwhelming majority of fans don't particularly care. We don't like rivalry games because of the rivalries. We like rivalry games because it consistently produces wacky, weird endings. You get huge upsets. You get shocking finishes. Alabama-Auburn, the Iron Bowl, the ending of the Iron Bowl was as exciting of a finish to a football game as we've ever seen. Auburn had that thing in the bag, right? They were done. They had unseated Bama. They had reclaimed the throne in the Yellowhammer State. Until they didn't. Until Jalen Milroe found a receiver in the back left corner of the end zone on a route they call Gravedigger. And the prayer at Jordan Hare went Alabama's way. Now they're alive in the championship game. That's why we love rivalry weekend. If you're not in the Iron Bowl, if you're not an Auburn guy or a Bammer, at the end of the day, you don't care much about the rivalry. What you care about is that the Iron Bowl gives us ridiculous finishes every year. Michigan, Ohio State. Unless you're a Michigan fan or an Ohio State fan, or the results of that game have some implications on where your team finishes in the final poll, you don't necessarily have a team that you are rooting for or against. You're not pulling because you're like, oh, I'm a Gamecock fan, but I really hope Michigan wins, or I'm a Clemson fan, I really hope Ohio State wins. You're hoping for a wild finish to a game, and we got that. Ohio State's got the ball. They got more than enough time to go down the field and score. And Michigan forces a turnover. That's why we love rivalry weekend. That is also the reason that I do not hold close rivalry games against these teams. I am not holding it against Alabama that they needed a miracle from the football gods to get by Auburn. I'm not holding it against Georgia that they had to fight to the bitter end to get by what I believe is the best Georgia Tech team ever. I'm not holding it against them. I'm not holding it against Michigan that they had to force a turnover late to get away from Ohio State. These games are the reason we love rivalry weekend. It is not because we have dogs in every fight. It is because every fight between those dogs is good and it produces weird, wacky, ridiculous outcomes. I mean, ridiculous outcomes, right? So I don't hold it against Louisville. They lost to Kentucky. That's a rivalry game. And by the way, that's a rivalry game in which Kentucky was fighting to not call this season a complete and utter failure. Because they're not what we wanted them to be. Well, they're not what they wanted them to be. So I don't hold it against Louisville. It's still a fine football team. And Kentucky all year showed they were real close, real close. They just never seemed to be able to kick it into that last gear. And then they did against, So what does it mean, Ash James? What does it mean? Well, it means Florida State won a Power 5 conference and won undefeated. Do you know how many teams are capable of saying that? Georgia, if and only if they beat Alabama. Michigan, if and only if they beat Iowa. Washington, if and only if they beat Oregon. And Florida State, if and only if they can beat Louisville.
I am rooting for the chaos. What if everyone loses
All
their
four can lose.
championship game?
Sincerely.
Then what are they going to do on the last year of only picking 4?
I'm going to scratch that. Michigan's not losing to Iowa. You know what Vegas has their predictions set at in this game? They have a prediction that Iowa does not score a touchdown, and I'm betting the under.
Hey, maybe Michigan is emotionally spent to the point
Maybe.
where they're exhausted with all the controversy and everything, and then they were able to beat the rival. Maybe to get in there, and Iowa shocks the world.
Let's be real. Iowa's defense is no bleeping joke. Iowa's defense is damn good this year, right? Now, I do think all the Big Ten defenses look good. I'm also going to be real. I think all the Big Ten defenses look good because outside of Michigan and Ohio State, there ain't a damn offense to be found in that league. There's just not. So the stats are a little padded for Big Ten defenses. Like they were making a big deal out of it, Michigan-Ohio State game. They're like, Ohio State number 2, Michigan number 3 ranked defenses in America. I'm like, yeah, but what offensives they played? Rutgers? Iowa?
All you need is one to lose to cause some chaos. And I think the most likely to lose would be Georgia.
I think the most chaos is caused if only one loses, right? Depending on which one. I think the most chaos.
Because you got all those one-loss teams, and you got to figure out who to give that 4th spot to.
The most chaos available is Michigan wins, Washington wins, Florida State wins, Georgia loses, right? Because now you got one spot, but you've got, at that point, 11-1 Ohio State, 11-1 Texas, 11-1 Bama, who beat Georgia, 11-1 Georgia, whose only loss came in the SEC title game, and it's their first loss in a decade. It feels like, right? I mean, at that point, you've got a bunch of teams. Now, it doesn't matter if Florida State loses. FSU as a one-loss team is not going to the playoffs. I don't care what they do. Okay? They're not. Because at that point, what's carrying Florida State right now is full season results. It is the fact that they did not drop a game. That's what's carrying FSU. One-loss FSU was not carried by season results. They're out. I think if Washington loses, because the Pac-12 is so strong in its final year as we know it, I think Washington could have an argument. But if there's only one slot, can you give it to Washington over an Oregon team that just beat them? What if it's a 3-point victory for the Ducks? The same margin of victory that Washington got Oregon by a couple of months ago, or I guess a few weeks ago. They have an argument. Is it enough? I don't know. It's a strong Pac-12. Does Ohio State have an argument? Hey, we only lost one game, and the only team we lost to was the number 2 team in the country, right? We smoked everybody else. We deserve a shot. Yeah, but you didn't play for your league championship. Well, if we were in the other division, we would have. In the other division, we would have. What about Texas? They're going to win the Big 12. They're going to be 12-1 Pac-5 champions, Power 5 champions. Do they deserve to go in? And if they do they, as Power 5 champions, deserve to go in over Alabama, who will also be 12-1, also a Power 5 champion, but lost to Texas heads up? Do you have to give it to Texas at that spot? There is plenty of chaos left to be had. Say it right now, Alabama can beat Georgia. Oregon can beat Washington. Can Louisville beat Florida State? I don't know. Florida State opened on that line as a 4.5-point favorite. I don't know that I'm ready to say yes, but I'm definitely not ready to say no. Can Oregon beat Washington? Yeah. The only team in the top 4 that can't lose this game is the Michigan Wolverines. They're the only team that cannot lose this week. All the other 3 can. Either way, Monday, a week from now on the show is going to be a blast. Right now, I think the teams that are getting in. I picked it 2 weeks ago, and I'm sticking with it. I think Alabama can beat Georgia, and if they do, if they do, they're in as the SEC champions. Michigan will beat Iowa, they're in. I think Oregon's going to beat Washington, they're in. And I think Florida State beats Louisville, and FSU's going in as the 4. I think you're going to get probably in the opening round, Michigan is going to take on probably Oregon. And I think you'll get Florida State, Alabama in the middle as a 2-3 matchup. But we'll see. All right, 844-326-3663, the phone number. Text us, 71307, 71307. Start your text with FAN. I've got a lot of texts from you guys. I will read and respond when we come back and get our number 3 started next. But before we do that, allow Lonzo to send you into sports nirvana with this sports flash.
Sorry, no Nirvana lyrics are popping in my head right now. The Panthers continue to play subpar NFL football yesterday. 2 Derrick Henry touchdowns led the Titans over a Carolina team that couldn't get out of its own way. Bryce Young finished the day 18 of 31 for 194 yards and needed a hug when the game was over. Carolina falls to 1-10 on the season and last in the division. College football coaching spots are filling up as Texas A&M hired Duke head coach Mike Elko as their next leader. Elko led Duke to a 7-5 record and bowl eligibility. Mississippi State has replaced Zach Arnett with former Oklahoma offensive coordinator Jeff Libby. Libby, who worked for his father-in-law Art Briles at Baylor, was seen as a controversial hire, but led the Sooners offense to a 10-2 record in the Big 12. You're listening to The Fan. Upstate. Story's just way too long. Yeah, I'm not happy with that one, Stephen, but thank you. Didn't get my tag on in the end, and even though I have exact instructions on how to do it, I know what I'm supposed to do, and I didn't get it done. I don't know, Zach. Staple guns is too much for me. I mean, it's just like light tubes. Light tubes and staple guns are just too much. I don't think I'm squeamish, but when you pull out a staple gun, it's like, no, don't do that. It's just like the skewers in the head. That's just too much. I mean,
the ECW match.
Yeah, it's just too much. Okay, Steven, I accept your compliment and I appreciate it. It was difficult, but I did it. Happiness leads to complacency. Complacency leads you to a place where you never get better. So I can't do that. The perfect read is in there somewhere. I just haven't got there yet. What's up, Keegan? You back on sports now? I know you quit sports the other day. I saw that. So
Steven, that is my favorite thing you've ever said on this stream. My favorite thing.
Yeah, but now I'm thinking Sweet Chuck from, what was it, from the Police Academy 2, where he had the two. I mean, it's not like that, because I know you couldn't do that with that. At least I don't think so. You need one of them there bidets. Get you a bidet. You don't need to wipe your butt, I don't think. I guess you still have to dry off, though. I don't know. I'm not going to try it. Maybe I would try it if I ever stay at a place fancy enough to have a bidet. But it would have to be a hotel or something. I wouldn't. Would you use a bidet at someone else's house?
A bidet?
Yeah.
Bidet doesn't touch anything.
But it does. I mean, there's
Yeah,
but there's splatter in there. There'd have to be. I mean,
Yeah, but I mean, again, like if it splatters, it's splattering onto a butt and then getting rinsed away.
So maybe. I mean, some of that has to go like under the. I don't know.
Do you not sit on public toilet seats? I promise you, that's worse.
I try not to.
I try not to.
Yes,
as well.
I will.
Not unless it is just an absolute.
I'll drive 3 hours to get home.
I'm the same way. I have left a bar to go home and poop to go back to the bar in the past.
Yeah, I'm clinching. I'm not. I mean, Smith and James in the first break.
Hour number 3 of the Rob Brown Show. Yeah. I didn't have sound last week, so I couldn't do the yas.
Because you broke it.
Yep. Couldn't do the yas. Couldn't drop any. Wait, I gotta click the button. Couldn't do the.
That is not real.
Last week, I got 2 separate emails from people on Tuesday afternoon after the show was over that were like, "Wait a minute, Rob, where were the
That is not real."
awards this week?"
Even though he touted his capabilities of doing everything, like my job too, there's a level to it, and you just can't do everything. You can't.
All the sounds were on my computer. I would have hoped my computer
Yeah,
over there.
and you couldn't get to my board because it's mine.
Oh, it's so good. So good. The Madre over the weekend came out to visit. Well, last weekend came out to visit. And she's like, "Hey, why do you keep playing that fire clip?" Because that bass groove is tasty.
So it has nothing to do with hemorrhoids or anything. It's just,
Nope.
Okay, all right.
Nope.
I mean,
Just
when you
tasty.
get older and you sit down for a living, I mean,
Just a fun little lick. That's all. All right.
Does she not like the song? I mean,
No, she just didn't know where the hell it came from, which is understandable. It did kind of come out of nowhere. So I get it. All right. We got a lot of stuff to get to, and I want to start with this. Obviously, the coaching carousel is fully in motion in the world of college football. We know Jimbo Fisher got the axe. We know Zach Arnett got the axe. We know a bunch of coaches have gotten the Terry Bowden has gotten the axe.
wait, he was still coaching?
He was.
Wow. I didn't know that.
He was still coaching until yesterday.
Was it like a MAC team or something?
Louisiana Monroe.
Okay, so that level. Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Got the can. He was 2-10 on the season. Not great, Bob. Not great. So there's a lot of question marks. There are two specifically I would like. Actually, there's three. Let me get the two out of the way that involve me, and then I'm turning Lonzo loose. All right. I'm giving you all the fair warning. Lonzo is
Hot as fish grease, bro.
on this topic.
Okay.
We're going to come to it in a minute. I'm going to start with this. If you were perusing the social media on Saturday Eve, you saw inevitably at some point some goob somewhere say, sources have told me that Texas A&M is moving forward with the hiring of Clemson's Dabo Swinney. If you didn't immediately unfollow and block those guys, I don't know what to tell you. Okay? I don't know what to tell you. They weren't. I had 0 people telling me that they were. There was no noise about it at all. In fact, I told you a week and a half ago, the number one target for me for A&M, realistically speaking, was Mike Elko at Duke. That is who they are going to end up with blowing the whistle for the Ags next year. But there was no movement on that. The only people who were saying, go get Dabo, were A&M fans with lofty ambitions and not much else, right? Somebody asked me on Twitter, they're like, Rob, why are you popping off? Because there was a guy that writes for the Houston Chronicle who dropped this, and they were, Rob, he wouldn't say that. He writes for the Houston Chronicle. He wouldn't just say that. I'm like, dude, our job is to get attention. Even if you are a columnist on the side as well as doing what I do, the job's to get attention. I prefer to get attention by being good at it and knowing the ball, not making up sources to drop a dumb rumor and try to get the internet to react to me. And that's what it felt like it was. That wasn't a reality. It wasn't. How do you know that, Rob? Well, look at the two guys that they were moving on. First off, they were going to move forward with Mark Stoops at Kentucky. Hey, Lonzo, here's a quick pop quiz. You put Mark Stoops in the same category as Dabo bleeping Swinney?
No. I would not do that.
And that's a guy who would take every opportunity he can to dunk on a Dabo Swinney. No. And then they hired Mike Elko from Duke. Not Ryan Day. Not Dan Lanning. Not Dabo Swinney. They got Mike Elko from Duke. Now, I like Mike Elko from Duke. I told you all. I thought that the ACC, by the way, with more eligible teams than any other conference in the Power Five, I thought the ACC was going to be very good this year. Why? Part of the reason was the Duke Blue Devils. I thought Duke had the best Duke team they've ever had. And they were. And it was because of Mike Elko. I love this hire for A&M. I can't stand an Aggie. They're a cult. I'm still dropping that bomb every chance I can. But if your two options were were Stoops and Elko, Dabo was not in contention, dude. He was not on the thread. So if you follow somebody who said Dabo to Texas A&M is gaining traction, unfollow them. That's a goob trying to get a reaction. We don't do goobs around here. We do people who know ball and nothing else. All right? Second thing I want to get to. Brought this up in the last hour. I'll continue to bring it up probably throughout the offseason, to be honest with you. Carolina fans, is Shane Beamer on the hot seat for you now? Is this a make or break year for Shane Beamer? Now, I'll start with this. Do I have lofty ambitions for the Gamecocks of South Carolina? I don't think I do. If it can be done at Missouri, it can be done in Columbia. Is that an outlandish statement? Does anybody think I'm out on a thin line? A thin line? Does anybody think I'm out on a thin branch with that idea?
If Lynn's that thin, and you're on, it's probably it could be bad for Lynn.
Poor Lynn. Am I out on a thin branch by saying if the Missouri Tigers are capable of reaching the heights they've reached this year, that South Carolina is as well? I don't think I am. Is it unrealistic for me to say that if the Louisville Cardinals can get to where they are right now, that the South Carolina Gamecocks can as well? I don't think I am. Am I out on a thin, oh my God, I almost did it again, thin branch to say that if Ole Miss can get to 10-2, then so can South Carolina? That if Arizona, well, Arizona might be just because of the destination that it is. It's not Arizona State. But if Louisville, if Iowa can get to 10-2 in the Big Ten, then I absolutely think South. If NC State can get to 9-3, 9-3 should be viewed as very realistic for the Gamecocks. Am I out on a thin branch with this thought? I don't think I am. So my question here for the Gamecocks is Shane Beamer on the hot seat? Is next year the make or break prove it year for Shane Beamer? Is that it? Has he reached the end of the goodwill and now it's football time? Because to me, the answer is an overwhelming yes. I like Shane. I want Shane to succeed. I am openly rooting for Shane Beamer. In my job, which requires Switzerland-like neutrality, I require Switzerland-like neutrality of myself. I am openly rooting for Shane Beamer. I like him. He seems like a good dude. We enjoy having him on the show. I'm a fan. So my question is, does next year become a make or break year for Shane Beamer? And the answer is yes, because as somebody who's been in this position before, Lonzo's in this position now, he understands. Liking or disliking a guy has exactly zip to do with whether or not you should keep them employed in your business. None. It'd be phenomenal if you could have a whole staff full of guys that you love and also give you the best possible production output. But if you've ever worked in a spot where you have personnel decisions to be made, you know that ain't how the ball bounces. Sometimes you got to let go of dudes that you really like because they ain't fit for the job. And sometimes you got to keep employed dudes that you want to fight in the parking lot because they kick ass at the job.
All right. I just want to throw in a disclaimer here. This has nothing to do with me and him. He's just throwing out there. It's somebody else. So, I mean, you know.
That's not true. Lonzo could get me fired.
Because of the fighting earlier, I mean, yeah, I could say who's next. I mean, but I'm not doing that. So, I mean.
If you'll ever see me tweet one morning, thank you for the opportunity to have a lovely time on the air in Greenville. Just know Lonzo got me canned. All right.
That's not true. Although, I mean, it could be true, but you know, if it was, yeah, anyway. So, no, Rob's okay.
So my question here is,
that's not a vote of confidence, by the way.
That kind of felt like it.
No.
Kind of felt like it.
No. That's I mean, that's a little bit lower than that because I wouldn't go, he's my guy. I mean, that's a vote of confidence. I'm not going to do all that.
That's
so.
Fair. So my question is for you Gamecock fans, and you can answer me 71307 on the text line. Start your text with Fan FAM. Is next year a hot seat year for Shane Beamer? Is he on the hot seat today? Is it prove it time? And the answer to me is yes.
I agree. Next year is hot seat. I do believe there'll be some people, maybe even people on the station, if they haven't already, will say he needs to be gone this year. And we'll get that wonderful comparison between Muschamp and Shane Beamer because you know, heard it once, heard it twice, heard it 35,000 times. It's still the same. But anyway, yeah, one more year for sure, and especially if you get a healthy year of everybody next year. I mean, but at the same time, who's quarterback? I mean, we kind of know who it probably will be.
Oh, it's old Spectacles himself. It's Lenore Sellers.
Lenore Sellers. Yeah.
That's the dude.
I mean, so, and this is like the next coming of whoever. I mean,
Listen, dude's had limited PT, but the PT he got this year, he made it work.
well, there's a reason why he isn't out there, and it's because of how good Spencer Rattler is, or maybe they believe they're going to be able to shore up that offensive line next year. And so you're saving that guy for that. And you know that you're going to be on the hot seat. We'll see what they get transfer portal wise as far as receivers and other things go. But the line, you fix the line, we'll see what happens. I mean, I don't know.
Jeremy popped into the stream chat. He said, no hot seat for Shane. If we didn't spot Clemson 10, y'all lost 2 years in a row to a bad Carolina team. Big eyes emoji. Maybe y'all need to talk about Clemson. Oh, we did. And we're going to again, because Clemson didn't blow me away. They just did what they needed to do. They got turnovers. They ran it down your throat because they knew they were more physical than you on both sides of the line of scrimmage, and it worked. Clemson didn't blow me away. This isn't a game I'm coming in here waving an orange banner saying, how great are the Tigers?
Jeremy,
they didn't look great either.
Jeremy, I've never thought we need to talk about Clemson, nor will I ever think that for any reason ever. But, you know.
Here's all I'm going to throw out for you here. We are not a pick-a-side show. We're not a pick-a-side show. Alonzo occasionally has his moments.
Listen, I have my biases. I have my biases, and I'm going to tell you, but I'm also going to shoot straight about the team. Now, fans are totally different, but how well a team plays and how well a player plays.
And I would also argue here for you, Jeremy.
Jeremy. Yeah, well, if you throw a Southern accent on there, Jeremy is fine.
Listen up, yeah. Jeremy. Here's what else I will say about this. Spotting them 10 was kind of the problem. Now,
it was.
We can make the argument that the forward pass or not forward pass should not have been a scoop and score. In fact, I would even go so far as to agree with you. I did not think that it was a backwards pass. I thought it was a forward pass.
It wasn't, but there's nothing you can do about it now.
Nothing you can do about it now. Part of the problem there is,
2 weeks from now, you get that apology from the SEC going that, we
blew it.
We looked at the film and apparently that was not a backwards pass. And
regardless of what the future holds in terms of that, the execution of the play was terrible. It just was. Xavier Legette got blown up. There was supposed to be a chip block out there on the DB that was going to buy Xavier Legette a bit of extra time to make sure he got the hands on it. On top of that, if you go back and look, Legette turned his head up the field before the ball got to him. That is mistake number one a wide receiver can make, is looking where you're going before you secure the rock. He didn't secure the rock. It bounced off of him. It's a fumble.
Oh, I love Wayne, 5 wins in 43 years at home against Clemson. Enough said. I'm curious. I am curious because Clemson fans notorious for talking stuff. Was that game the kind of game that you talk stuff about after?
Look,
I mean, you should be. I mean, you got the win. Obviously, you got the win, but that isn't like, see what we did. We just because you didn't. I mean, you got the win. Good for you. But I mean, that's not a game you talk stuff about after.
2 things. First of all the people who stand as king of a dub is a dub, celebrate it, and don't you dare hold back. You are the king of that mountain.
No, I agree. You got the win. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you don't go in your face and all that kind of stuff. You got the win. Good.
Second off, you do because it's a rival. I don't care if you beat them 3-2.
What I'm saying is I'm not seeing it that much. I'm starting to see a little bit now, but I haven't seen it that much. Afterwards, they usually go nuts afterwards. See what we did? You guys suck. It's the worst thing. And I think a rational Clemson fan goes, man, we got lucky to get out of there with a win. Yeah, and you know what else? You know what else? Though you still got Cade. So I mean, there's that. I'm sure that's positive. You don't have? That's right. So you should be happy about that too.
DJ got his ass kicked this weekend.
Yeah, by Oregon.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So
let's just go with this. Clemson didn't blow me off the wall. They did the 2 things I said they needed to do. Win the turnover battle, number 1.
It's not how you spell year, Roger. Go ahead.
Number 2, run the ball down the throat of the Gamecock defense and win the line of scrimmage. They did that on both sides.
You got to be disappointed, though, if you're a Clemson fan, seeing how well they ran, but they couldn't get it in the end zone. I mean, that's a problem.
Well, I don't disagree.
Yeah.
I don't disagree.
And-
In fact, I
and-
got to give, as much as we've given flowers to the Clemson defense, I think you got to give some flowers to the South Carolina defense here as well. They did their job. We knew what it was going to be. Bend but don't break. Clemson's going to run and they're going to succeed. The question mark is, can you keep them out of the end zone when they do? And the answer is yes. Here's the reality that we have not talked about. If the South Carolina offense does its job, they win that game. Clemson had one touchdown. It was a turnover. If that comes off the board, and if South Carolina offensively can just get in the end zone one time, they win the game.
All right. I think Jeremy on the stream has a good point. My point is this is Jeremy says, my point is even missing on some players in the portal on both lines of scrimmage, and 10 O-linemen hurt at the same time as your best wide receiver hurt all year. I would say Beamer got the most out of this team. I think that's the question.
Disagree.
Did Beamer get the most out of the team with all the injuries and everything he had? Is this the best that he could do with what he had?
I'm not going to say it's not. I am going to say this. All of what happened falls under him. All of that. All of what happened falls under him. The consequences of the season, no matter what they were, good, bad, ugly, and different, directly or indirectly, they are all connected to him. That is why I've said I would not be shocked to see changes in the strength and development program. I would not be shocked to see changes in the training department, right? Because I think, and here's ultimately what I'm driving at, and then we got to move on because I want to talk Ryan Day coming up next. To me, what I'm looking at here is a spot where Shane can't be friends anymore. It is wholesale change time. I would make a move at defensive coordinator. I am iffy on Dow Loggins right now. I don't know if I don't think they underperformed enough where I would make a change.
Yeah, because we don't know.
We don't know.
Because of all the injuries, we don't know.
Much like I can't evaluate BY because of all of the problems around him, I can't evaluate Dow Loggins because all of the injuries and issues they dealt with on that side of the football. But what I can do if I'm Shane is make changes about all those things that led up to the nuance in the conversation that is required. And I think that's the spot that Shane finds himself in. Let's run to a break. When we come back in a minute, Ryan Day is the head coach of the Ohio State Buckeyes. At least he is today. He has now lost 3 in a row to Michigan. He is 1-3 against the Wolverines. He is 1-3 in the playoffs. He has lost between every other contest, every non-Michigan and non-playoff game. He has lost 1. He has lost 6 in games against Michigan and in the playoffs. Lonzo said, time to go. Rob Brown says that is absolute, entire, utter lunacy. And we will discuss that when we come back. I'm Rob, he's Lonzo, you're you, and you are listening to the Rob Brown radio program on the Fan Upstate.
Smith and Japes.
All right, guys, one more quick read, and we are right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Thanks for hanging out with us. Love to see some commenters having a conversation in the chat.
Wow, that was awesome. Ayatollah of rock and roll. I would never tell you how to feel, man. I would never. And I don't know who this Alonzo guy is. He sounds awesome, though. By the way, shout out to a couple people that I met while being on vacation, especially to Tim, who came up to me at First Watch, which is excellent breakfast, by the way. I really enjoy the First Watch. And approached the table, and I'm like, oh, no. I'm going to have to talk. Oh, no. But really nice. Listens to both shows. It was really cool. And Lisa did most of the talking. So, just like Cameron will judge. It's just, I bring people along. I'm like Aaron. No, Moses. Yeah. Moses needed Aaron to jump in there. It's all right, dude. I just, and then at Borderlands for the Black Friday sale, I walked around the corner and this lady, there's Lonzo. Like, yep, here I am. Then she said, I heard you talking about this place on the air and I had to bring them here. And I was like, it's awesome, isn't it? She's like, yes, they love it. I'm like, that's how you know that you did a good ad when people show up because of you. Steven, we're efforting. Here's the thing, as far as the muse goes, really it comes down to I can finish it anytime I want, but Rob has 37 jobs and I got to make sure I have people available to actually go out and play that thing live. And, I have everything ready like an hour from now if I needed to. But availability becomes a problem. That's more of a February concert, I'm thinking. Nothing's going on. Find out Rob's hat's playing somewhere. It's like, cold out. I ain't got nothing to do. Let's go watch. It's that sort of thing. Listen, it was the faux Queen of Christmas, not the real one.
Mariah?
Yeah, she's not the real Queen of Christmas. There's two other country artists who are the Queen of Christmas.
I can call myself the Queen of Christmas. It doesn't make it true. So there are two requirements for me to consider it Christmas in the Casa de Love. Number one, I have to organically hear two songs. All I Want for Christmas and Wham. When I hear those two songs organically, not go out of my way, when I hear them organically. And the other thing, I got to see the Budweiser Clydesdales on TV. When I see those three things, it's Christmas time.
I'd rather hear Wham than Mariah as far as Christmas goes. By the way, Mariah is awesome. She always has been. She ain't got them pipes no more though. Zach, of course she'd jump in on the Wham. By the way, and all you Dolly Parton people need to stop. If she was no, all right, yeah, like I care. If she was flat chested, no one would be talking about it at all. All you guys, you don't even know she sings. You don't even know she sings.
Oh, you animal.
Dude, I'm not afraid of you.
You animal.
I've already proven that.
You savage beast of the wildlands, and I say that in the most absolutely not complimentary way.
Not it. Oh, that
Good,
counts.
I'm glad.
That counts.
I'm
I was gonna say
glad.
not anymore. I got a haircut. I don't look like Savage anymore. I love it. I love that no one notices I got a haircut.
Disrespect.
I got 5 inches cut off and no one can tell. That was pretty long.
You've had some bad takes today. That's the worst.
No, it's not a bad take. I think
It's an
there's
awful take.
the majority of the people going crazy online didn't know that Dolly Parton could sing. All they cared about is what she was wearing.
Yeah,
And
that's
that
it.
lady's like 77 years old. You guys are sick.
Mhm.
She can sing. And she had crossover hits like
Right.
Islands in the Stream, 9 to 5. She wrote I Will Always Love You that Whitney
Mhm.
Houston took to number 1.
Mhm.
She's a very good singer, a very good
Mhm.
songwriter. And all you guys care about is her bra size.
Yes, that's it. We're all fawning over an 80-year-old woman's boobs.
Absolutely
not
they
the
were.
fact that she is
Absolutely
an
they were.
American
Did you
icon.
look at the comments? Did you look at some of those comments? Come on.
Yes, there's always going to be comments because people are terrible.
Exactly. They are.
But if you think Dolly gets attention only because she's well endowed, you're just wrong.
You
again.
put a flat-chested woman in the same position, they're not going to fawn over her like they did. I thought this was 2024. I thought that kind of stuff didn't matter anymore. I guess I'm wrong. I guess I'm wrong.
Nope, we're coming back to this later. All right, we're coming back to this later because I got to get this Ryan Day thing here. I got to have your opinion on this. But you're painfully inaccurate on that. We'll come back to it later. I'm even using my quiet voice. That's how frustrated I am with this. So Ryan Day loses to Michigan.
He's
again.
wanting to get angry about something, but I'm not really saying anything that's wrong as far as that
No,
goes.
you are.
No, I'm not.
You are. I need to get this Ryan Day thing. We teased it. And obviously, Lonzo, if there's one thing we can say about the show, we never tease a segment that we don't.
Oh,
immediately
never.
do. Never happens.
Yeah.
So Ryan Day is now 1-3 against Michigan, including losing 3 in a row. Ryan Day is also 1-3 in playoff games at this point as the captain of the ship, the USS Buckeye. He is, I believe, if I read it correctly last night, 56-1 in games that are not playoff games or against the Michigan Wolverines. But he is 1-3 against Michigan, 1-3 in playoff games.
Yeah, I thought I'd read 1-5 altogether with that, but it's Michigan.
Well, because I think he caught Michigan in a playoff game.
Well, Michigan, that was a playoff game
yeah.
Saturday. I mean, come on.
No, it was, but I'm in the actual playoffs. I think he caught him once, if I recall.
And this is the last year any of this stuff's going to matter. But here's the thing. I went to
Let's set up the conversation.
I went to the X, and that's where I am right now, and,
Yeah.
and typed in "Fire Ryan Day," and there are some lovely comments.
All right, so let's get to that. So Lonzo told me at the beginning of this season.
No, it was a couple of years ago, actually.
Well, you've been telling me
Yeah.
for a while, but at the beginning of the season, when we were doing our preseason projections, prognostications, predictions, Lonzo said to me, "Ain't no game matter except Buckeyes Wolverines." And I said, yeah, I mean, I think that's true. I don't think there's anybody in the Big Ten that is ready to compete with either one of those two teams. I think
that was
they
a
are the
direct
class of this
quote because I
conference.
ain't gonna say ain't no, unless
Well,
I'm saying ain't nobody.
Paraphrasing.
Okay, all right.
So, in paraphrasing, I said, yes, I agree. I don't think that there is a team in the Big Ten, not even Penn State, that is ready to compete. I do not think that Ohio State, Michigan is the only game available, however, because Ohio State does have a very game Notre Dame team on the schedule as well. And Lonzo said something to me that absolutely blew my mind at that moment. He said, I'm going to tell you right now, Rob Brown. He paraphrased this too. So I'm going to tell you right now, Rob Brown, if Ryan Day loses to Michigan in the game this year, not only will he be on the hot seat, he will be closer to fired than he is on the cooler end of the hot seat spectrum. To which I said, Lonzo, if he loses to Michigan, the Buckeyes will be 11-1, and with an outside chance, but a chance nonetheless of making the playoffs again. They've been 3 times. They could go number 4 this year. Even if they lose to Michigan, they are coming off of a season in which they went 11-1, made the playoffs. And if it wasn't for a kick that Lonzo has titled the worst kick in the history of college football.
You agreed with me.
It was pretty bad.
Yes.
Pretty bad.
Terrible.
they would have been in the national championship last year. And BT Dubs, based on what we saw, they probably win the Natty last year.
More than likely, yes.
Right? Probably win the Natty last year. So, with that knowledge on the table, there is no way an Eldon, Michigan can put him on the hot seat. No way at all. And what does Rob Brown see at the moment that Michigan defeats Ohio State in the game? It's like 3:30 Saturday. I am live on the air on Bet for the Cycle, the nationally syndicated, all the sports betting show you can hear every Saturday from noon to 4 on the BetQL network, hosted by me and Cody Decker. I'm scrolling the social media. Just, we like to keep a finger on the pulse of the nation, see what's out there. And what do I see going viral? But a tweet from Maurice Clarett. We all remember Maurice Clarett from the Ohio State University. We all remember Maurice Clarett. Well, Maurice Clarett sent out a tweet.
He's so reputable.
He's Maurice Clarett. I mean, Buckeye legend, dudes.
Yeah, legend.
Legend.
Mm-hmm.
Maurice Clarett sent out a tweet. Now, I did not find the tweet because it was a reply to someone else. I'm digging as I talk about it.
I also sent a tweet to Rob, but
we're coming to that too.
And from Maurice Clarett, and he just doesn't read my stuff.
No, I do. I responded to all of them. I just forgot. I just found that instead of actually replying, now they gave me the option to put like a smiley face response so that I saw it and reacted even if I don't respond.
Are you sure you did that on that one?
Yes. Nope. Sure didn't. Wait, hang on. Wait. There it is. Maurice Clarett sent out multiple tweets. One of them said, at Coach Urban Meyer, yo, bro, what you doing next year?
All right, so that's the thing. That's the thing right there. And if you watched the pregame show and you've watched a couple of times, the way Urban is talking, the way he's acting, he wants that job back. And it would not shock me. And I know you can't stand him. And I get that. But it would not shock me when let's see, where Barrett Salee on here saying, let me get this rumor straight. Ryan Day is under fire due to unrealistic expectations at Ohio State. So he's going to go to Texas A&M. I don't know what the unrealistic expectations are, like maybe beating the team up north. I don't think that's unrealistic. Could have won that game. That was a good game. It was a close game. Controversial game. Also, that was not a touchdown. That was an interception. That ball was moving when he went into the end zone, but whatever. Refs make bad calls all the time, and they did a bunch this weekend. But when it comes down to it, he's not beating Michigan, and a lot of people were unhappy about it. And winning 11 games is expected. Winning 12 needs to happen because you need to beat Michigan, and he needs to be gone. I get that people don't get it. But because Urban Meyer is waiting there and he wants it back, and you can tell he wants it back. Does he want it back, or do you want him to want it back? No, he wants it back. Hey, go back. I don't know if you can go back and watch the pregame show, but if you can find a way to go back, watch him and see, and probably the postgame also. He wants that job back. He absolutely does.
Well, first off, screw Urban Meyer.
Of course.
Okay. Well, so let's just be clear.
I don't think you had enough malice behind that when you said that.
Sorry. Urban Meyer's oh crap, forgot to push the button. Urban Meyer's a
dork,
and I can't stand him.
Oh, I thought you were going to hit the bleep button. All right.
Urban Meyer.
There we go. See, that's the Rob I'm expecting.
Now, that being said, my question for the Buckeyes, because to me, this is 100% going to come down to, as we talked about back in the first hour, the demand of the fans. The demand of the fans, and whether or not they push so hard on the university that the university has no choice but to react to them. Are you really letting go of a guy who has brought you to the playoffs 3 times out of 9 years? You have been in a third of every. You are going to the playoffs 1 out of every 3 years.
The guy who brought you in and made you offensive coordinator is available and acts like he wants the job. The guy who brought you in beat Michigan. If Urban Meyer wasn't there and acting like he's acting, at least as far as I'm concerned, and looking like he would like the job back, then I wouldn't believe like I do that he's going to be let go. I get all the fans doing all that. In the end, They win a lot, but that's what you do at Ohio State. I know how arrogant it sounds, but go back and look at the records. You do. If you have a bad record, you're gone. I mean, you have one bad season, you're out of there. But not beating Michigan, and Urban Meyer, who did beat Michigan, is sitting there, and you could have him back, and he's the one who put together a good portion of the staff that's there now, that's won the way they have, and he beat Michigan. It wouldn't shock me. And I don't think it's the fans that do that. I think the fan outcry can be whatever it is at Ohio State. If you don't beat Michigan, you can't let go. You just do.
I get. So here's the problem.
All right. Zach says, how long will Urban give them if he goes back? Doesn't matter.
Hang on.
All he's got to do is beat Michigan once.
Let me address what you just said, because I think this is too important of a point to move on from. I am not saying I don't understand the thought process. I get why. I'm saying why is a bad reason, right? It is not that I don't understand. Oh, you don't beat Michigan, you don't coach here. No, I get what you're saying. I understand the thought process is beat Michigan or go work somewhere else. I get it. What I'm saying is, in the grand scheme of things, that is you telling me beating Michigan is more important than going to the playoffs. And so for most rivals, this is a spot here. I'll go classic radio here. Question of the day. If I guaranteed you a playoff spot, would you take an L to your rival, right? I guarantee you, if you lose to your rival, I will guarantee you a spot in the Final Four. Not a championship, not even a semifinal victory. I will offer you one of two things. You can go to the Final Four, but you have to lose to your rival to do it, or you can beat your rival and the playoffs are a question mark. I suspect 95% of fans are going to say, I will take the playoff berth even if I lose to my rival.
Fans, but you weren't specific about
wasn't
Buckeye
done with the
fans.
sentence.
Okay.
Wasn't done with the sentence.
All right.
95% of fans would say, yes, I will take an L to my rival if it earns me a playoff spot, and the other 5% of fans are Buckeyes.
All right, so I'm there with you if you guarantee a championship, but as far as playoffs goes, it happens more than it doesn't. So you expect that's going to happen next year. If this was next year, it sucks. They lost to Michigan. They would still be in the playoffs right now.
Correct.
Wouldn't they? They would still be in the playoffs. So, no, if you guarantee me a championship, but I got to have a Michigan loss, it's going to hurt me, but I'm for that. I want the championship.
Then why would you find Ryan Day? That's my point.
Because he's getting you neither this year.
You've been 1 out of every 3 years of its existence.
Getting you neither this year.
That is a spoiled ass fan base, dude.
Yeah. You know what's awesome? Winning enough to be a spoiled fan base.
Right.
That's what's awesome.
Sure.
It is. I mean, call it arrogant, call it whatever.
Most definitely
But
that.
when you win that much and you expect it, I mean, Clemson's had a taste of it. They've had a taste. Not to the extent that Ohio State's had it, but ask them. They expected to be there this year. Ohio State is there every year. And if you cannot beat your rival, and that's the one thing you can't do, but you've done everything else right, you got to go. You got to go. See ya. And we got to go because we got to guess.
Show says Herb reaching for that job like it's a girl's backside at his bar.
I don't recall actually seeing touching there, but maybe.
There 100% was.
Was there? Okay.
Oh, yeah, I remember
right.
very clearly.
Yeah. Okay.
It's in the Herb hate catalog. John Blau of the Post and Courier joins us to talk Clemson ball next on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, we're going to step away for a couple of minutes while we get John lined up. Don't go anywhere. We talk Clemson next. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. We are efforting John Blau with the Post and Courier to talk some Clemson ball. We'll see if we can get him in before the end of the program. We'll let you know if we can get in contact and make that happen. In the meantime, let's talk about this game from their perspective. I will say this. Clemson checked all the boxes that they needed to check to win the game. They won the turnover battle 2-0. They did it immediately, which means they went in and they sucked the electricity out of that stadium. I mean, that stadium was hopping. Had a couple of buddies at the game were sending me videos because I asked them, I'm like, hey, all I need to know early in this game, because I'll be watching, all I need to know early in this game is, what's that stadium like? Do the fans show up and make it a stadium that it is impossible to win in? It is just the best home field advantage of rivalry Saturday. And I had 3 different people at that game, 2 Clemson fans, 1 Carolina fan, tell me this place is popping off. Now, we can have all the discussions in the world about whether it was classless or whatever. I don't care about any of that. I care about, was it an impossible stadium to win it? I had 2 Clemson fans and a Carolina fan tell me this stadium is unhinged right now. It is over the top. It is juiced. And that's great. But when your team turns the ball over, how many seconds? 56 times, or 46 seconds, they turn it over 2 times. That's going to kill the mood at any stadium. Okay? It just is. And it killed the vibe in that stadium, which means box number 1, kill the home field advantage, complete. Then it also clicked box number 2. Win the turnover battle. They were up 2-0 in the turnover department before the game freaking started. Then box number 3, run the ever-loving out of the football. And they did that too.
I love what the stream is talking about the victory formation in the end. I think there's a problem. I think that Dabo and Shane are too friendly because Dabo should have scored a touchdown. If that's Spurrier over there, ain't no victory formation. He's driving that thing in and maybe even onside it so he can see if he can get another shot at it. I think they're just maybe a little too friendly between the 2.
I don't care. I don't think either one of them.
Yeah, but you don't victory formation against your rival. You don't.
Again,
you score some more points.
Listen, if that's your take, that's your take. I don't particularly care. All right. If you want to be classy about it, take the knee.
How's that classy? It's your rival. You don't need to be classy against your rival. It's your rival.
Okay. If you want to be classy about it, take the knee. If you want to flip them one last bird on the way out of the stadium, run the ball. I don't care either way, right? I don't care. It does not matter to me.
Clemson fans should be angry with Dabo right now because he doesn't have the fire anymore. He doesn't have it anymore. If he did, back in the day when he was hungry, he would have scored another touchdown there. That's the reason why you guys aren't in the playoffs. No hunger.
So, again, whatever you want to call it, chalk it up as, we can always go look for deeper meaning. I can sit here and go the exact opposite way. You don't want to run up the score, even if it's a close game. You don't want to run up the score with a needless touchdown late because guess what? You play them again next year. You got them at your house next year.
Back in the day when Clemson was during their mini dynasty, there would have been like third stringers in there and they would have scored a touchdown.
Maybe. Again, I don't care. I'll tell you this. I also said last year,
barely good enough to beat a horrible South Carolina team.
I will say what I said
it's a W.
At the end of last year, when at the end of the game, 31-30, South Carolina had a bunch of players run to midfield in Death Valley and plant the Gamecock flag at the 50. What was my response? I mean, cool. That's your decision. I support your right to go plant the field. You own that field that day. But don't think for a second they're not going to remember that. And what do? They ran it down your throat for 2:30, and they planted the flag at midfield on your field, and all your fans could do was sit there and watch them.
Yeah, right? But if they really cared about it, they would have more than just a couple people planting the flag. The entire team would have went out there and planted it.
They did. There were like 30 guys that planted the flag.
I only saw a couple. Maybe I just didn't watch the entire video.
There were like 30 guys who planted the flag. And again, I don't care about any of that. Plant it, don't plant it. Run up the score, don't run up the score. I don't care.
Good for
The
you.
only thing that I will say is keep in mind you play them again next year, and in rivalry
Yeah,
games,
but you play them every year.
In rivalry games, particularly, memories ain't short. All right, this ain't Ted Lasso. It ain't goldfish memories. They remember what you did last year. I promise you. The plan to plant the flag if the Clemson Tigers won was hatched the minute the Gamecocks did it last year. 100%. They were like, we're getting them next year and we're planting the flag in their house.
Good for them. They won. I mean, but they should have scored a touchdown at the end. Dabo ain't got it anymore.
All right. Sure.
If Tyler were there, he would have ran for that touchdown.
I'm glad you said that.
You notice the tone when you think he's got me? I mean,
when we had this conversation back in the first hour of the show, we talked about this back in the first hour of the show where I said, hey, if you're a Gamecock fan, you should be speaking out. You should be saying loudly in public forums to whoever you can get your voice in front of, we demand better. This ain't good enough. 5-7. I know there were injuries. I know we had some issues, but 5-7 ain't good enough. All right. Yes, I know that we're a middle of the SEC program. Fine. We don't want to be, it's not good enough. We're watching Mizzou have success. We're watching Ole Miss have success. We're watching, Kentucky was having success, but we're watching all these other teams in our same little area of the Southeastern Conference in terms of positioning within the conference. We're watching all these other teams have success, and we demand the same. And we go back 4 weeks to Tyler from Spartanburg, whether or not he was a plant. Lonzo thinks he is. I don't think he is. It doesn't matter.
Professional radio caller.
Whatever. Regardless of whether he was a plant or not. The reality is, plant or not, he was expressing the same opinions that Clemson fans, by and large, were expressing on this show, on Offsides, on every show that I listened to in the area.
Well, definitely on that other show.
And whether or not you liked the comments, him expressing the comments clearly kicked something into motion. That was you can use some sort of marker, but the last 4 games out of Clemson were a different 4 games than the first 8. And that was, coincidental or not, that was the moment that season changed for this football team. And that's exactly what I'm talking about when I say Gamecock fans, you need to be very loud that whether or not you support Beamer, whether or not you do, this season was good. It's just not good enough.
All right, we really need to go to break. I just want to say one last thing. In all seriousness, what they figured out is to not put the ball in the game in Cade's hands, and they put it in the guys' hands. They needed to, their defense and the running game. They smartened up as a coaching staff and realized what they had to do to win games.
I don't disagree with that either. By the way, if Ohio State wants Ryan Day gone, Brad Crawford of 24/7 is reporting Ryan Day's buyout is $50 million.
Texas A&M money's around there. I've been downtown Columbus. They got cash.
Let's take a break. We'll come back. We got the final hour. The last 60 is up next. I'm Rob. He's Lonzo. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. This is the Fan Upstate.
All right, speaking of that Palmetto Bowl, it started with a controversial backwards pass by the Gamecocks that led to a Clemson touchdown and eventual victory for the Tigers, 16-7. Former President Donald Trump was in attendance to see the Tigers avenge last year's loss. Clemson heads to a lower bowl. South Carolina goes home. San Diego was outrushed by over 100 yards last night by the Baltimore Ravens in a 20-10 defeat. The Chargers managed just 86 yards on the ground while giving up 197. With the win, the Ravens moved to the top spot in the AFC. The Panthers continue to play subpar NFL football yesterday. 2 Derrick Henry touchdowns led to the Titans over a Carolina team that couldn't get out of its own way. Bryce Young finished the day 18 for 31 for 194 yards and needed a hug when the game was over. Carolina falls to 1-10 on the season and last in the division. I haven't looked at bowl projections. I'm curious as to where Clemson will be playing now, and if they'll get a decent team to go against. If we don't answer everything on the stream today, it's because you guys are going crazy. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but you guys are going crazy. So are you listening to yourself?
Yeah, we're trying to figure out who won the Parlay v Parlay challenge.
Ah, okay.
If we lost, Deck has to get a no, if we lost.
You're right. Wesley. Oh, that would be excellent if that happened. I was asking who I wonder who Clemson's playing in a bowl game. Clemson versus Oregon State.
Be fun.
Yeah. No, you don't. You get why, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do
okay.
I get why TJ?
All right. You didn't show any emotion, so I figured you just wasn't paying attention.
Our Parlay v Parlay challenge was if me and Cody won, Mario has to get a Hello Kitty belly button ring and wear it through the end of January, from December 1st till January 31st. If talent won, or if production won, Cody and I both have to take a chop from a professional wrestler.
Well, you got to get one. You got to find one who's willing to do that.
I think we know the one.
Okay. All right. Does he know a guy? But it'd have to be a different guy in each place.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. There are professional wrestlers listening right now to this show would love to come and give you a chop. Man, I hope that happens because I want to see that.
No, Joe. No.
I could probably get Jeff Lewis Neal to come and do it.
That's one of the two that are on the list.
Yeah. Oh, we get Wesley. I mean, this is the fun stuff. I mean, you know. But again, you guys, there's so many comments. We're just not going to get to them today. And hopefully every day from now on will be like that. Never apologize for comments, Will. You need to ask Cody what he thought about the episode of Doctor Who for me, because I'm curious.
Alarm. Why? Alarm. Why? Alarm. Why? And why are you making it louder? Alarm.
I'm helping you out, giving you the Scott Hansen treatment.
Alarm. All right, hang on. Let me go. I mean, I bet I can get through it. Alarm. I was watching NFL Red Zone yesterday with Scott Hansen, who I'm a big fan of. I think Scott does a.
By the way, so was I. I was watching when it happened too.
But I think he does a phenomenal job on Red Zone. I think that is not an easy job to do in this industry that we love so much. And I think it's not an easy job to do, especially in that format where you've got to be paying attention in both the early and afternoon windows to anywhere between 3 and 8 football contests, right? Like you've got to be watching all of them. You've got to know the context, the situations. Good. But by the way, I was nailing it.
You were. This is a very good job.
He's got to be watching anywhere from 3 to 8 contests at any given moment. And he's got to know what's going on in all of them, because the producer's going to pop in the ear and be like, "Hey, we're going to Denver next."
See, you're selling him short. On occasion, he goes to the Octobox
or the Octobox.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
Yeah.
When you hit in the Octobox, that's a whole lot of spread out.
I am 100% ADHD. Okay. Keeping track of multiple things of mine is something that I am very able to do, but it's also a bit of a curse because when I am keeping track of more than 2 or 3 things, if it's not one of those 2 or 3 things, it does not exist to me.
Which means you can say anything to Rob.
100%.
You could say anything.
100%. And Lonzo knows this better than anybody because when we go to break,
Diesel and I may have a game. I'm just saying we might
wouldn't be shocked.
we might have a game.
I wouldn't be shocked. When we go to break, for instance, I am monitoring multiple things. I'm looking at the text line, 71307, start the text with fan. I'm looking at the stream to make sure it's running properly. I'm looking at the stream comments to see who is participating with the show and if there's anything we need to address on break. I'm looking at the next segment we're going to do. I'm looking at my numbers to make sure I have them all right. And if I'm dialed in on those things, I can keep all of them straight in my brain. All right, I got that text. I got this chat. The stream's good. I got to change the number over here. I got to get to this number down here. I got this topic coming down. Get all that straight. And if Alonzo says even the most critical information to me, but I'm not dialed in on that as one of the 8 things, he could tell me that I am just an absolute piece of bleep. And it would fly right past me. In one ear, out the other. So Hanson's already got a tough job. But if you were watching the end of NFL Red Zone yesterday, and I will tell you, the Red Zone is on in my house every Sunday, without fail. Every Sunday, it's on one of the 5 screens in the Bro Cave. And the sound is on. The way it works in the Casa de Love is, if the Saints are playing, they're on the big TV. If the Saints are not playing and the Panthers are on the big TV. If neither one of them is playing, the Red Zone goes on the big TV. All the other games are relegated to the small screens. But even if the Saints or Panthers are on, the Red Zone's on the next biggest available screen. I watch it every week. I'm a big fan, and Hanson does a good job. During the final 15 minutes plus of the NFL Red Zone last night, the alarm started going off in the background, including the little announcements.
Fire, please make your way to the nearest available evacuation route. Fire, please make your way to the nearest available evacuation route.
And what does Scotty Too Hottie Hanson do? He just rolls on with it. He's like, well, as you can hear, the fire alarm is going off in the background. I have been told that we have to clear our spaces and evacuate the building. Here's the best part. I was listening to this. I don't know if you could tell, Zoe. Scott Hanson was doing everything in his power to stay on that desk until the very last possible second and get back on it at the very first possible second.
I heard some fear in his voice at first because he was trying. I mean, you know, when that goes off, I don't know what size building he's in, but we know if there's a fire in a certain size building, you don't know how you're getting out. I had that experience once when I first started working radio. I was working in one of the big buildings downtown, and the fire alarms went off when I was running a game. And I wasn't on the air. I was running a game. Walked out in the hallway, and there was smoke in the hallway. And what happened there is when there's smoke, the elevators shut down. And so you have to get into the stairwell, and I was freaking out. Turns out some dude was smoking and set the whole thing off. So as soon as I recognized a little bit of panic in Scott's voice, but at the same time, he's probably thinking, I know what do we do? Because it's the first time this has ever happened to them. What do we do? And they just left the game running for a while. He disappeared, and then he was allowed to come back in, and he finished while the alarms are still going the entire time. And the alarms here in this building, Rob can attest how loud they are. I bet they were just as loud as the ones here, and he was able to do the job he was able to do.
So it sounded to me, as somebody who knows broadcasting as well as he knows ball, which is very, very well.
I don't know if you guys knew, but Rob was actually on TV, so he understands that part too.
Not only on TV, I have been on TV in the midst of chaos, right? It's a tough thing to do. to look into the camera and to power through when there are distractions going on. It's a tougher thing to do to look into the camera and power through your broadcast when there are distractions going on that can be a danger to you directly, right? Now, I'm assuming probably like 80% of time that the alarm goes off in a place of business, it's not a fire. Right? It's somebody pulled it or somebody smoking a cigarette where they're not supposed to be, or there's a malfunction. I was on the air in Destin, Florida a number of years ago. My radio station was inside of an outdoor strip mall kind of thing. And the fire alarm.
I always want to do that. I think that would be kind of cool.
It's not.
Did you have the open glass where people could walk
the
by?
Back of the building.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, and we were on the either second or third floor, second floor. We were on the second floor. So it's like you didn't even know we were there, right? Paid all this money to be in a shopping center, didn't even put your studio facing outwards towards the center where you could like act like a fool and get attention. I was about an hour into a 3-hour show when the alarm went off. And there was one in my studio. And Zoe, for about 15 minutes, I would do the show, and I was constantly pushing the mic on and off while I was talking. Like anytime I took a breath, the mic had to go off, and then I would turn it back on to say the next sentence, and then I would turn it back. It was annoying.
So that's where the tactical came from.
Correct.
So you've got experience.
I didn't have an off button either. It had to be off and on, right? And I stayed in there until quite literally a firefighter opened the door and was like, gotta go. Gotta get out, dude. I'm like, hey, is there an actual fire or is this just protocol? And he's like, we don't know yet, but you gotta go. It's not an option. So I had to get up. We had to go to network, and I had to get up and leave. Come back. Sky Hansen powered through that thing, and I could hear in his voice, he was like, I am not leaving this desk until a guy with an axe tells me to move. That's it.
You know what this is? This is Sports Emmy. He just won a Sports Emmy by doing that.
I mean, if there is a category for broadcast adversity, he's got to be a nominee.
But there is now.
Yeah. He's got to be a nominee at this point. Good on Scott Hansen. Speaking of the National Football League, you have two teams that now sit alone atop the throne in the AFC and the NFC. Over in the AFC, the roost is now ruled by the Baltimore Ravens, ladies and gentlemen. They get a 2010 win over the San Diego Superchargers last night. It moves the Ravens to 9-3. Now, they have the same number of losses as the Jags and the Chiefs, the Jags and the Finns and the Chiefs, but they have one more win. They have not had their bye yet. They are 9-3. The Dolphins are 8-3. The Jags are 8-3. The Chiefs are 8-3. They are the only 9-win team in the AFC. My question, is Baltimore ready to compete? Is Baltimore an AFC threat right now? And I will say, based on the fact that the Dolphins have one win over a team that is 500 or better, it is the Raiders. The Jags have been in some dogfights, and they are a shocking 8-3. And the Chiefs are not last year's Chiefs or the year before that Chiefs. They're still very good. But they're not the powerhouse anymore.
They might have woke up yesterday. We'll see.
If they did, it was late second half. It took them a while. They were down in a 14-point hold of the Raiders before they came back and curb stomped them in the second half.
They look like last year's Chiefs in the second half.
In the second half.
So we'll see.
I'm not disagreeing. In the second half. But I cannot put one half of football over 11 other games where they did not look that way. Was that an anomaly, or did they turn the corner last night? We're going to find out. I will say this. Either way, I got to absolutely think the Ravens are as much. I'll put it this way. They are as much a competitor in the AFC as the Dolphins and the Jaguars are.
Okay. No, I agree with you there. The one thing that we've seen the Ravens have some hype before and play really well, and they get in the playoffs and they lose. So we'll see. You make it past that. Who knows? Maybe they get the first round bye. I don't know if that's good or bad for them, but maybe they get it since there's only one. Maybe they get that. Maybe they beat the next team. Maybe they're in the AFC Championship. We'll see.
The Baltimore Ravens, become even more of a threat?
It's easy to stand out this year because no one's really standing out.
Yeah, it's parity this year. Did you hear the Tom Brady comments last week?
Yeah.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I don't like him making sense.
Alex Smith took a shot at him this weekend. He fired back. He was like, "Hey, didn't you win one in the modern era? Or we just do? Can I discredit that? Since you won it in the modern era, is it a soft word? Or am I calling Tom Brady?"
Brady knows as well as everyone does that both Chiefs tackles went down right before the game, and that's why they won that game.
That's it.
But anyway,
over in the NFC side, the Eagles are the Philadelphia Eagles just the luckiest damn team in America.
If there was a team of destiny this year, it would have
It's
to
Philly.
be the Eagles. Yeah, for sure.
No question.
For sure.
They've got to be
I was
the
definitely
luckiest
pulling for them.
SOBs in the world.
I was watching Red Zone, and then they said that game was still going on. It's like, okay, Red Zone's done. Let me go. Actually, I had turned it to watch the NBC game, and they was, we'll keep you updated. I was like, wait, that's an overtime? So I watched the overtime. It's like, okay.
Oh, and how they got to overtime was insane. They got the ball back with like a minute and some change, drive down the field. They needed a 60-yarder in windy, rainy conditions to make it an OT, and he got it. I was like, dude, what?
Speaking of which, where's preseason Kevin? I mean, that's what I'm going to call him now. Preseason Kevin. Preseason, man. Bills, and Josh Allen. We ain't seen Kevin in forever.
It's been a minute since
Where's the Buffalo? Where's the Buffalo guys at?
I am also going to throw out there, Josh Allen balled out this game. 339, 2 touchdowns and a pick. He also ran 9 times for 81 yards and 2 touchdowns on the ground. This is not on Josh Allen. He had a get my second name back game yesterday.
Did he? Because he still lost. You know, Josh Allen. He would have won that game.
Yes, he would have. That's why he's only at Josh Allen.
Still just Josh to me.
He hasn't earned the third name back. But to me, this game, he got the second one back. He announced last week, he said, I'm back. He said, there's been some stuff going on. I'm over it. I'm back in the game. And he certainly looked the part.
You've said I'm back so many times. Every time you do that, I hear Bischoff's theme song. It's killing me. Can't get it out of my head.
That goes ZZ Top right there. I'm back. I'm nationwide. All right. So the Ravens and the Eagles, I will say this. It comes down to San Francisco and Dallas, right? It comes down to San Francisco and Dallas.
I'm still not sold on Dallas. I definitely am on San Francisco, but Dallas is starting to come into my point of view. I mean, I'm starting to see them, the car starting to come up to where I see them in my rear view a little.
Winners of 3 in a row. They are scoring more points than anybody in the NFL right now. Dak Prescott, I'm going to say this, all right? So you know it's got weight to it. Not because I know ball, though I do, but because of who I am saying this about. Dak Prescott's a front runner, if not the front runner, for the MVP right now. I mean that. Dak Prescott is a front runner for the MVP. These are the spots in the season, pressure situations, where in the past, Dak started throwing more INTs than tutties. Not this year. This year's dropping dimes. They have given up. Listen to these numbers, dude. 10, 10, 17, 23, 20, 17, 10, 3, 16, 10, 0. That's the points given away by the Dallas Cowboy defense. Dude, this team is good at 8-3.
I'm just not there yet. I'm not. I'm there with Philly. I'm there with San Francisco. I guess Dallas is number 3 in the NFC. I guess.
Here's my question, and this is what matters more than anything else. Can Dallas at 8-3, now 2.5 games back with the division L to Philly, can the Dallas Cowboys catch the Eagles? Because let's be honest, if Dallas has got to go on the road 3 times in the playoffs, wild card divisional and conference championship, which they likely will because they are going to be a road warrior team. If they end up as a wild card, I think they're screwed because 3 games on the road for a team that traditionally and historically does not play good football on the road in the playoffs, 3 games on the road, I don't think they can do it. If they can catch Philly and they can get that 1 seed, and by the way, even catching Philly is not a guarantee because San Francisco is also 8-3. but they get San Francisco, right? And I think that is where Lonzo is either going to come to my side or I'm going to come to Lonzo. No, I lied. They do not get San Francisco. They got Seattle, Philly, Buffalo, Miami next. If Dallas comes out of this stretch 2-2, I'm going to go, okay, they're another team in the NFC. If they come out of this stretch 3-1, I'm going to go, they're a contender, but they're not ready for Philly yet. And if they can find a way to go 4-0 in this 4-game stretch, Seattle, Philly, Bills, Dolphins, the last 2 on the road, the first 2 at home, then I think we will all say Dallas is a contender. Is that fair? I think that's fair.
If they beat Philly in that stretch.
If they beat Philly. Well, again, if they go 3-1 and they lose to Philly, they're getting a wild card. Then they're in trouble.
No, they're getting a wild card.
They they got to go 3-1, and one of the 3 has to be Philly. I think that's the way
they
I'm
would
gonna
have to
break
take
it
a nosedive right now to not get the first wild card.
I agree. Which, by the way, means that they go to New Orleans or Atlanta in round 1. Good luck to whoever that ends up being. Dallas going to beat those teams by 42. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back here in just a minute. Zach says Tyreek, TJ Watt, and CMC. You know what? I was going to hold this segment, but I'm going to do it next, courtesy of Zach. NFL MVP. There is only one winner right now. There is only one guy worthy of that trophy, and he is not a quarterback. Tell you who it is when we come back on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
You're gonna hit my child?
No, I want to park. Having too much fun. Give me a headache.
That's my car. Yeah, dude, that car was at Costco the other day too. There's like 4 of these. It's like a concert series of some type, but I think it's tribute artists.
I was gonna say they've got a thing like
Legends
that
Concertseries.com.
at Myrtle Beach.
Obviously going to look at that right now.
Not that at Myrtle Beach, but
All right, guys, give me 45 seconds. I'll be right back. Not all right, thanks for hanging out.
Ingles Markets is proud to sponsor the Mark Ryan Sports Spin. From the playing fields to the stands to your own living room, Ingles Markets has everything you need to fuel your athlete and
Missed the sports spin again. I don't know how that keeps happening.
It is a cover concert series that they do to raise money for first responders.
Oh, that's cool. I'm tired. I wasn't ready for all this yet. It's too much.
Lonzo had 10 damn days off.
Too much sparring, too much laughing, too much thought. I didn't have 10 days off. I had a week off. And I worked twice on Saturday, mister. I know so did you, but still.
How would you like to come home to a bartender who will fix you any cocktail you want? I'll have an old fashioned.
I'll have a margarita.
Now you can with the Bartesian home cocktail.
Got up the Christmas tree, got up the village. The granddaughter to help me put the little Santa Clauses in on the village.
Santa Clauses?
Well, actually, there were a bunch of elves and one Santa Claus.
No need to stock all kinds of individual mixers for complicated recipes.
And actually bought a Christmas gift a month before Christmas. This is so weird for me.
I'm a terrible Christmas shopper. I'm absolutely the dude that will be out on Christmas Eve making poor retail workers work because I'll be like, I forgot so-and-so and so-and-so. Every year. Courtney, on the other hand, is almost done with hers. And I'm like, how?
Well,
I mean, I know how. I just don't want to.
That part for us. So this year, there's some things that I wanted. I actually went to the website, took pictures of the website and what it was, and sent it to my wife. But, you know, all this stuff gets delivered to the house. I have to pick it up and bring it into the house without looking at the label because I don't want to know what it is. And if I see it's from this certain company, then I know it's either for me or for Cameron. And then I might actually go, oops, what does this feel like? And I don't want to do that. I like being surprised.
Courtney does that. She'll ship my gifts via Amazon to the house. And she's like, don't look. And I don't care because I love surprises.
Yeah, I mean, I want to, even though I ask for certain things, I still want to open it up and go, okay, that's not what I asked for. That's cool.
Hates surprises. I have to not only buy her gifts in person so that I can keep them. You may find a couple of them stored in the Fortress of Nerditude to keep them a secret because if she knows that they're in the house, she will go snoop to find them. And it aggravates the hell out of me.
Wow, come on.
I know.
That takes the fun out of. Do you go Christmas Eve or Christmas morning?
To
open
gifts, Christmas morning.
Okay, so that takes fun out of Christmas
We will
morning.
do one on Christmas Eve, but the other person gets to pick which one you open. You don't get to go to the tree and pick which one you're opening.
We always did that as a kid. We always got coloring books. I never understood how that always seemed to work out that way. It's amazing.
The first year we did Christmas together, we were both like, okay, we both made to pick one to open it, and she opened my real good gift on Christmas Eve.
Oh, that's no.
And I'm like, there were like 7. You picked the one I didn't want you to pick. So I had to be like, no, put it back. She's like, why? I'm like, that's your big gift. And then I had to stop her that night from going back to the tree to open it. The Rob Brown Show continues. It is the Fan Upstate. I am Rob Brown. He is the great one, Lonzo. We are ever so glad to be with you on a Monday morning. We got to do a whole week of this.
Ugh.
Oh man,
no, don't do that.
As we watch the last of the autumn foliage fall off the trees, transitioning us into the cruel, cold winter time.
It's all right. We can look forward to vacation coming up in just a couple of weeks. We can look forward to that. So, I mean, you know, not that we love being with every one of you.
We also love vacation.
Yes, we do.
Also, if all my vacation gets approved, I will be off the last 2 weeks of the year, back to back.
I don't know about 2 weeks. I know one of those weeks is going to be approved, but I don't know about the second
okay,
week.
fair enough.
Yeah,
fair enough. So we'll see how it plays out. If not, I'm going to be out like every other day between now and then.
Just take Fridays off. Why not? Well, no, actually, it'd be better for you to take Mondays off because then you would actually have a weekend because you'd have Sunday and Monday.
Yeah, but I don't want to do next Monday because it's championship weekend.
Yeah, and
don't want to do the Monday after that. Well, actually, I think the Monday after that is
nothing.
Yeah,
I mean, because there won't be any bowls yet.
We'll see. The other thing is, like, and this is the worst part, you kind of want to like stagger the days to make sure you're off the same days as your better half.
Wait.
You know what I mean?
Wait, I just thought of something. Cole will be in here if you're gone. Never mind. You can't go anywhere.
Yeah.
I don't want to work with that guy.
All right. The NFL MVP award. So first off, the last time, Lonzo, here's a trivia question for you. I had Mario, our producer, on my other show.
And we're all alike. We all have long hair.
You do.
Yes.
You do. I had him look this up. The last time, great one, that a non-quarterback / running back won the most valuable player award was when? What year?
2003.
1986.
Okay. All right. That makes
sense.
Lawrence Taylor. All right. Yeah.
Was the last non-quarterback / running back.
Don't do crack.
That's such an off line, and I loved it so much. Here's the list of MVPs, non-quarterback, going backwards. To find the last non-quarterback MVP, you have to go back to Adrian Peterson in 2012. Before him, LaDainian Tomlinson in 2006, Sean Alexander in 2005. Then you got to go backwards to Marshall Faulk in 2000. Then you got to go to Terrell Davis in 98. You got Barry Sanders, who split the award with Brett Favre in 97. You had Emmett Smith, in 93. Thurman Thomas in 91. You had LT in 86. That's the list. Two.
This is vacation. If I do this tomorrow, then we got a problem. Quite a few on that list have been in trouble. That's what it started to stand out to me. Yeah.
So I am going to go ahead and say that so far, and there's a lot of football left. We got 6 weeks of the regular season left. So far, I don't think you can give it to anybody but Christian McCaffrey, can you? I don't think you can. What's he had, one game where he hasn't scored a touchdown? What's he had, 2 games where he hasn't been over 120
amazing when you go
yards?
to a franchise where they know what to do with, talents. It's what they can do.
Well, I think it's know what to do with talent. I agree entirely. Kyle Shanahan knows how to utilize the talent that he has. Debo, McCaffrey. And I've said this to a couple of folks. If Kyle Shanahan was flipped with any other coach in the league, and when I say any other coach, there's maybe a couple of exceptions. I think Mike McDaniel could go there and do a decent job. I think Andy Reid could go there and do a different job, do a decent job.
By the way, he is now the winningest coach at 2 different franchises.
I think the only one who is that, or one of 2. I think Andy Reid could go there and do a decent job. I think Mike McDaniel could go there and do a different job. I think maybe John Harbaugh could go there and do a decent job. But the list is pretty short, right? Like there's maybe at most 5 coaches that I think could take that not just the talent, but the way the talent is organized, predominantly CMC and Debo, and make the offense work. Part of that is Brock Purdy. We have seen what Brock Purdy is when Debo's out, when he doesn't have that option out there. Christian McCaffrey can still get you yards, not as many. And Brock Purdy becomes, I think it was our buddy Chris, P1 of the show, Chris, said Brock Purdy without Debo Samuel is just young TJ Yates. Like, I don't know why you're handing strays to TJ Yates, but I get it. CMC is the linchpin of that. Without CMC, you don't know who the hell Brock Purdy is. Without CMC, Debo Samuel is getting shaded every time. The field's not available to him like it is because with CMC, you got to commit 2 guys to the backfield to defend that cat. And even when you do, he's still popping you for $120 combined in a tutty a game.
Well, Purdy knows because he had to experience a game or 2 without both of them.
Yeah, did not go well.
It did not.
I don't think you need to know anything more than without Debo, Brock Purdy looked less than average. And the minute he got CMC and Debo both back and happy, what did he do the very next game? Had a perfect QBR. A perfect QBR. You can't illustrate it any better than that. And to me, Christian McCaffrey and his yardage and touchdowns are irreplaceable and the linchpin, the absolute linchpin of the San Francisco 49er offense. An offense that, once they got everybody back and healthy, has rocketed right back up to the top of the list. Right back up to the top of the list. You want to hear something wildly frustrating here, though? Here's your MVP odds as they stand right now. With a collective average across the board of all the sports books. Here are your MVP odds right now, Lonzo. Jalen Hurts, Patrick Mahomes, Dak Prescott, Lamar Jackson, Tua Tagovailoa 1 through 5. Take a stab at who's number 6.
Probably another quarterback.
Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Now, you were telling me when Brock Purdy lost Deebo Samuel, and Brock Purdy went out and looked like hot garbage, and the minute he came back, Brock Purdy had a perfect QBR. You're telling me Brock Purdy deserves to go up there over CMC or Deebo? After him, and here's why I honestly, I'm not going to lie, I very much struggle to care about this award. I want to love this award. I want this award to be the best possible list. And by the way, these odds are accurate as of going into this past weekend. All right. These are not up. They'll be re-updated today or tonight. Going into this weekend, Hurts, Mahomes, Prescott, Jackson, Tagovailoa, Purdy, your top 6. Everybody. I want everybody. Grab a pen, grab a piece of paper. We're about to play the Rob Brown Show Home Edition. Who right now, collective, on average, between all the books, is the number 7 candidate for the NFL's MVP award right now? Write it down. I'm going to give you a second. Play the Jeopardy theme in the background if you need to. All right?
Can you read the top 6 again?
Sure can. Hurts, Mahomes, Prescott, Jackson, Tagovailoa, Purdy.
Okay, I have my answer.
All right. I'm going to give you all 3, 2, 1. Lonzo, what's your answer?
CJ Stroud.
Okay. Everybody else, shout out your answer on 3. 1, 2, 3. I don't care who you shouted. That's not the correct answer. I don't care who you shouted. Because, Lonzo, average across the sports books right now, checking in at 16-1, Aaron Rodgers. You understand why I don't give a damn about this award? You understand why I want to love this award, but this award will not let me love it? You understand why I want to be a fan of I want to celebrate the NFL's MVP. I want there to be that dude every year that we go, this guy is definitively Mr. NFL. But the 7th best odds in the league right now at plus 1,600 is Aaron Rodgers. CJ Stroud is right behind Aaron Rodgers. On average, Aaron Rodgers is 16-1. On average, CJ Stroud's 18-1. After him, Trevor Lawrence, Josh Allen. It is not down till number 10, that you find Christian McCaffrey, who is on average 20-1 to win the NFL MVP. Behind McCaffrey, Tyreek Hill, Joe Burrow, who's not playing the rest of this year, Jared Goff, Kirk Cousins, who's not playing the rest of this year, Justin Herbert, Myles Garrett, Josh Dobbs, A.J. Brown, Billy Zappi, Saquon Barkley, Nick Chubb. That's your list. This is why I don't care. What do we got?
All right. According to Joe Person, Frank Reich said he didn't talk to Dave Tepper after the game. It's over.
Apparently, Dave Tepper left the locker room yesterday, and the same person, Joe Persons, said that when when David Tepper left the locker room after that 17-10 L to the Titans yesterday, he was quoted, David Tepper was, as screaming at the top of his lungs. And I don't think you need me to tell you which word he used, because he said that one. Like that one. Like the one.
That's pretty bad.
The one.
It is.
Hey, David, Joe Persons with Carolina Panther Weekly here. Do you have any comments on the standings of the Carolina Panthers after the loss of the Titans?
Yes, I sure do. I would like to say it's pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. I will say this. Up until yesterday, Lonzo, David Tepper and I had nothing in common. Nothing. We had nothing in common. He's a billionaire. I work in radio. We have nothing in common. Except now I can say we have one thing in common. We both apparently frequently scream while watching the Carolina Panthers. So I got that going for me, which is nice. You know? Dave Tepper and Frank Reich did not meet. Now, from what we understand, Reich and Tepper have been meeting pretty much after every game to do an immediate breakdown. This time, if my sneaky suspicions are correct, Tep just said left and did not want to talk to Frank Reich, which tells me on a hot seat spectrum, Lonzo, Frank Reich seat goes to 11. That's a Spinal Tap reference. You're welcome.
I got it. So did everybody else. At least all those guys did. They got it.
Tepper needs to start with the recognition, the realization that everything that's going on that has led to a string of bad decisions with rare exception starts with him and Nicole. You brought your wife into this. She's a target now, all right? I don't go after families of coaches. I don't go after families of players. Never have, never will, until they involve themselves. You and Nicole have done this. Your refusal to move on from Fitterer has done this. Your insistence of Matt Rule has done this. Letting Fitty run the program and build a roster has done this. It's on you, Tep. It's on you and Nicole. Hire a GM and get the out of the way, to use a word that you have used to describe your own team. We wrap up the show next on the Rob Brown Show with the Fan Upstate.
It is weird that he meets with him after every game, Zach. I agree. But I don't know what procedures are for every team, so. I hope he said the hockey player right, his name right. If not,
He did, I think.
okay. If not, we can't have that on the air. If he says his name wrong, you need to know the names of every hockey player. Smednikov. He didn't put enough stress on the Schmed. Keep losing time. It's like I seem to be one segment behind on everything. And I'm not writing them down, and then I have to remember. Who wants to do that? Yeah. Jerry Jones is, he'd never add him into that discussion because, it would be like the boss after every show wanting to meet with us, which has not happened and hopefully will not.
No,
I mean, if that happens especially after you've been on for a while, then it's January. That's what because they get bored in January and February. That's also a warning. Get ready for that. Consistency. Rob, we're thinking of replacing Lonzo with a robot. How do you feel about that? So we were at the restaurant Saturday, and we got done eating and we were walking away and the robot spoke to us. It was weird.
The robot?
Yes.
What robot?
I think I told you about it before, but I'll tell you again later. Because I don't want to tell you where the robot is. By the way, if you look at my hand. It would require moving your eyes just a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm pointing to where the robot is. You're trying to figure. It narrows it down to two.
So 2 or 3 places.
Yeah, but there's only.
I don't think it's one.
There's only one that I would go to because the other one.
Is it primarily meat based?
I'm not saying.
It's not giving anything away. There's a lot of primarily meat-based restaurants.
It's a specialty place for people not from around here. It was a good hint. I can't help it.
I'm
if
not
you
saying
didn't
it's
get
not.
it.
I just
It's a house, okay?
the Wahoo.
You're killing me. Oriental House has a robot.
Ah,
Wow. It's right there.
Yeah,
I mean,
got
I'm
it now.
pointing right at it.
I got it now.
They do that at the Chinese place, but what they told us is it's too slow. The robot doesn't get them out fast enough, so it's quicker for them to just deliver it. You said that, not me, Roger. I enjoy eating at that place. So, although I did just get tricked into doing that in a video game, which is messed up. It's really messed up. And I just used animal speak and spoke to that cat. And next thing you know, it got served up to me by one of the bad guys. If you didn't know that it was the bad guy because she's a shapeshifter, and it's messed up. One of the most messed up things ever in a video game, I think.
And away we go, ladies and gentlemen. The final segment of the Monday morning edition of the Rob Brown Radio program is right here on the Fan Upstate. Good to have you. Hope you'll be here with us throughout the week as we roll towards the end of the year. It is conference championship weekend. We got Oregon and Washington on Friday night for the Pac-12 title. On Saturday, we have got Texas Okie State for the Big 12. We've got Georgia, Alabama for the SEC. We've got Florida State taking on Louisville for the Atlantic Coast Championship, Atlantic Coast Conference Championship, pardon me. And who did I leave out? Oh, the Big Ten, Michigan and Iowa. I'm intrigued, man. First off, how the hell did Oklahoma State get here? Like, how is it? Is that a failure for Brent Venables that he's? Good gosh.
According to our boss who just sent this to us, Frank Reich has been let go.
Get out!
According to Tom Pelissero.
Get
You've got the
out!
text like I do. It's in your phone.
One and done. According to Ian Rappaport, the Panthers have fired coach Frank Reich. They are moving on before his first season is over. Special teams coordinator Chris Tabor is the interim coach and addressing the team now. Jim Caldwell moves to special advisor working with the offense.
All
Frank
right,
Reich gone.
so I don't want to be the guy who says I told you so, but I did tell you so. I did tell you wouldn't make it.
100%.
I don't want to be right. I don't want to see anyone get fired because the fact that he got fired means the Panthers suck this year, and they do.
Frank Reich done in Carolina. That makes a whole lot of
sense. Is it too late for him to be hired at Texas A&M? Probably, it's probably too late.
Yeah, they
for
got
that.
Mike Elko now.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Missed the chance. Unsurprised, man. Unsurprised. Listen, I'll tell you when I kind of got the impression this was going to be the reality. Yesterday, I was going to say last night, yesterday afternoon, the Panthers have the ball. It is fourth down. There is inside of 2 minutes left to play. The Panthers down a touchdown. They've got a very good chance of at least tying this thing up and giving themselves a shot in overtime and needing 4 yards for a first down in the continuation of the drive, a drive which, again, they had plenty of time to march down the field and make something happen. They call a screen to a slow receiver that is 4 yards behind the line of scrimmage, meaning that he's got to pick up a minimum of 8 yards. And oh, by the way, as the knower of ball, I went back and looked at that play on the All-22 game. My favorite part about it, They ran one guy out there to block, and he got blowed up on the way. That play had a negative 5% chance of doing anything.
Are you shocked that Jim Caldwell isn't now the coach? Because he has the most experience out of those guys. I'm glad he didn't do that, but still.
I don't know, man. Like,
Jim Caldwell's got to be like 93.
Tell you who I'd have made it without even a second thought.
Don't say the defensive coordinator, because the defense is not that good either.
The defense, as has been all year, is friggin' exhausted every game.
Well, they are tired, but they're still not that good.
Every game. Extra possessions. They held the Titans to
17. He won't
yesterday.
be there next year. He'll be gone too.
Correct, because he'll be a head coach somewhere.
I don't think so.
He was going to be a head coach this year.
Yeah, but I think he hurt himself by what he did this year with that defense.
I don't think so at all. I think anybody who's watched this team knows that this defense is doing about with a few exceptions of games, just like Dallas's defense let them down against Arizona, just like the Eagles defense let them down against the Jets.
So who's the next up-and-comer, the guy that needs to be the next coach?
You don't have to like
Carolina Panthers. It can't be Steve Wilkes. I just saw that.
God,
yeah.
No, it's not.
It's not going to be Evero either.
You done passed on that.
Yeah, it's not going to be Evero.
It's Evero.
No way.
100%.
No way.
That honestly, and I'll tell you what else you just did. Outside Alonzo, most of us, I know me and Rashad, are on board with Ejiro Evero, okay, as a DC, potentially as an HC. Here's what you just did by not moving him, by moving Chris Tabor into the interim head coach spot. You know what you just did? You just cost yourself Ejiro Evero next year. That's what you did. Now, I'm not a prognosticator. I mean, I am a prognosticator.
They should clean house again, except all the way this time. Everybody gone.
If Fitterer doesn't go, it doesn't matter.
No, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
You get rid of everybody.
Yeah. The next step, like this is a big step, but the next step has to be Fitterer.
I think we know who the next coach is going to be, and GM. He already holds that role somewhere else.
David Tepper. Oh.
No, that would be one Bill Belichick.
I'll be real with you. I don't hate it.
I mean, rumors are out there he's going to be gone.
Not as GM.
Yeah, but I think
he's a terrible GM.
He's got to buy the groceries, or I don't think he goes
agree.
somewhere.
Here's what I'll say. If Hoodie wants to come in and be HC and not have to worry about GM, and let's be honest, he may be tired of being GM, right?
It could
because New England right now with their Hoodie GM pick looks real bad. Looks real bad. Right? He bought the groceries and New England is rotten right now. Right? They're awful. I made a lot of money yesterday because I went under on the Giants-Patriots game. 17 combined. Yeah, that was real bad. I'm gonna go with my play here would have been elevate Ejiro Evero. My play. Or the flip side of that, here's what I don't understand. Why your special teams coordinator? Why your special teams guy? If you want it on the offensive side of the ball, why not move Thomas Brown if that's your emphasis? And if you want to have your defense be the focal point, why not Ejiro Evero? You screwed your chance to have either one of them as a head coach next year. Both of them will be either a head coach or moving on from this team next year. And I don't think either one of them really got a chance to prove what they are worth. I don't love it. I like the move to move on. I like the move to do it now. Your locker room is in shambles. This is a move to try to gel it. Clearly, they weren't on board with Frank. So this is the right move. I don't think naming your special teams coordinator is the right move. I don't like that. By the way, breaking news brought to you, our friends at BetQL. Be a better, be smarter, and beat the books by betting with BetQL. Grab the BetQL app and don't miss Bet for the Cycle every Saturday from noon to 4 on the BetQL network.
And now, the Rob Brown Show presents Twitter.
Ooh, let me guess what's number one.
Not what you think. I just want to say real quick, Trey, if Jim Harbaugh came there, he'd be a good coach. He was great in the NFL. He really was. He was a good NFL coach. All right, he didn't win a Super Bowl.
I'll tell you
but
right
he was
now,
close.
Jim Harbaugh wants to come to Carolina. I'm all on board for it.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
He's
all right.
a pain in the butt, and he's annoying, and he's weird, but you can't argue with the results.
All right. Tepper was excellent, but let's just go with Tony Khan, just as a separate thing.
I will simply say, and then we will leave it. Fight Club Thursday is going to be fun. Okay? Thursday morning. And I'm also going to tell you, I can't promise that the one thing makes it to Thursday. Everything else, the main event, Randy.
Should have been talked about today.
It probably should have, but
I
it's
don't have a
football
problem with
Monday.
it. Yeah,
all right?
yeah. There's stuff.
We love our pro wrestling, but we also know what pays the bills, and it ain't the pro wrestling. So maybe tomorrow, maybe Wednesday. But that guy is going to get discussed at length on the show. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it for us. Come back tomorrow because we're going to do it all over again, but better. I look forward to it. That's the great one, Lonzo. I'm Rob Brown. Full week of broadcasting just getting underway here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate later. Yeah! All right, I'm gonna be real. I might, we might stick around here and stay chatting for a few minutes.
So you are the interim coach. The first thing you do is you bench Bryce Young, not because to protect him, don't you?
No,
because he's going to have to learn an entirely new system next year anyway. Why put him in there to get him reps under a system that he's not going to be under?
I would start with, do you feel obligated to make him, like, do you feel obligated to make him to make him change this year, or do you throw him in there and let him grow and see if you can maybe? Here's what I do. I don't care who I name the coach. I want an under center, pro style, run heavy offense that focuses on running the ball more often than you pass it. And when you pass it, quick, low multiple choice throws that involve the QB game. I want a Kyle Shanahan offense. I want to do with Bryce Young exactly what the San Francisco 49ers do with Brock Purdy. I want him running the same offense. And I know it's hard to do because you don't have a Shanahan, and that's a Shanahan offense. But I 100%, 1,000% want him running as similar to an offense as Brock Purdy is running as I can get. Now, it's obviously going to be very difficult because Kyle Shanahan makes that, and you just frankly don't have a Debo or a Christian McCaffrey to lean on. But right now, I need an offense that keeps the ball in Bryce's hands the least amount possible.
Don't do that, Steven.
I will say I had a moment. Hang on 2 seconds. I'm going to tell you something that I heard this weekend that drove me up a wall. All right. So I was watching what game was it? Oh, I was watching the Eagles-Bills game yesterday. The afternoon slot. And in watching the Eagles-Bills game, there was a series earlier in the game where Jalen Hurts dropped back to throw the ball 3 times, and 3 times he had to throw it out of bounds, right? There was just nobody coming open. And I want to say it was Romo, though I have audio going from Red Zone and all these different places that show highlights and all that. So I had the audio going, and at one point, one of the color analysts, I don't remember which one it was. I think it was Romo, but I don't remember. One of the analysts said, you're not going to see very often Jalen Hurts wing the ball out of bounds 2 or 3 times in a row. But I don't know what else he is supposed to do when he is only getting 2 seconds to read the defense and throw the football. Now, that makes sense, right? And in the grand scheme of things, frankly, it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense that 2 seconds is not enough time. And then I started spinning around in my head, and I'm like, wait a minute, hang on, let me think about this. What has the big topic of conversation been about? Bryce Young is getting 1.8 seconds to throw the football. So they're taking a guy who is right now number one in the odds to win the most valuable player. And they are saying that a league MVP at quarterback is not getting enough time, 2 seconds, to get rid of the football. But here you are with a cat down in Carolina who is getting 1.8 seconds on average to throw the football, and everybody's pointing at him like, oh, you got to get rid of it sooner. If the league MVP needs 2 seconds to throw the ball, then you can't be mad at BY for having on average 1.8. All right? You can say he's holding the ball too long. This is a conversation about relativity. Relatively speaking, yes, he is holding the ball too long because he's only got 1.8 seconds.
I had a theory joke in there, but it was too late. I missed it.
Oh, it works out perfect here.
Theory of relativity. Never mind.
No, I know. That's why I use that term. That term matters.
That's funny, Roger.
All right, so I'm going to go with the move was right. I'm going to go with the move was necessary. I'm going to go with I don't dislike Frank Reich. He seems like a more than nice enough guy.
Thanks, Chad. We did. I hope you have one too.
I wish him the best of luck in his future endeavors. I hope that wherever he ends up with, he does well. But this was the right move. Now, I'm also going to go one step further and say if you do not fire Scott Fitterer as the GM, this is for nothing. This is a pointless move. If you keep Fitzy on as the GM, this move is by and large irrelevant. Now, I agree with what James said. The problem is at the top. Tepper is problem number one. And I will go so far as to say the Teppers are problem number one. 100%. I think we have already seen, it is no longer a theory, it is a fact, that David Tepper allows Nicole Tepper to have a large say in what's happening here, right? Now, how big of a say? I'm not willing to make a statement, a definitive on that. I have seen rumors as heavy as it was Nicole Tepper that wanted Bryce Young. It wasn't David. It was Nicole that wanted Bryce Young. And Dave pushed Fitterer into going that direction. Well, I'm going to say, I don't know if that's true, and I'm not willing or ready to speculate on it. What I am going to say is we know for a fact this is true because he was putting Nicole in charge of programs within the programs within the franchise that the NFL itself stepped in and said, no, she is not qualified for this. If you want her to perform this role for the Panthers, she needs X amount of training. She needs to go through this protocol and that protocol and this training class and all that before they would let her do what David wanted her to do. I think that ultimately, yes, I agree the problem starts at the top. I'm not going to push back on that. I absolutely think it does. We have to understand that David Tepper is not going anywhere, right? He's not going anywhere. So if he's not going to go anywhere, everybody say bye to Alonzo.
I didn't go anywhere.
Oh, I thought you were leaving.
I just went to the trash can. Oh, you're not.
If I'm going to go with, if Tep is going to keep Fitterer on board, and this, listen, I'm a Saints fan at heart. I'm having the exact same issue with the Saints, right? The difference is our GM has been, over the course of his tenure at the helm in New Orleans, our GM has been really good. I don't think the hiring of Dennis Allen or the retention of Dennis Allen was a Mickey Loomis move. I think it was a Gail Benson move. That's an owner move. And I'm kind of at a point, and I hit this point yesterday with the Saints' loss on the road at Atlanta yesterday, that I have to understand that next year, if Gale retains Dennis Allen, I don't know that I can watch football next year. Not that I'm like not going to be a Saints fan. I'm not like one of those fans that's going to go out and burn a jersey because they're expensive and I work in radio.
Yeah, those people make no sense.
None. But what I am going to say is, if Gail doesn't make a move and she decides my wishes are more important than what is obviously a problem that needs to be corrected, I'm not going to, and I mean this, and it hurts my heart because I've watched 99% of Saints games for 37 years now. I'm not going to watch because I'm not going to waste my time, right? We know what they are with Dennis Allen. I'm not going to waste my time. And so, to me, I think moving on from Fitterer or from Reich is the right call. I think shuffling the coaching staff is the right call. I don't know about naming Chris Tabor the interim head coach. That's not the guy I would have gone with. You flip a coin. Give me Ezero or Thomas Brown. Make a coordinator your current head coach, and I'll be better off. Unless they're just like, well, we want to let those guys focus on coordinating. But again, Ezero Evero was one of the hottest speculative coaches last year. And you had a chance to retain him that I think you just burned that bridge, right? Why are you going to go? Why is he going to accept that interview if you didn't give him the chance to earn the spot?
Or you don't do it because you know you're not going to hire him.
Maybe so. And if that's the case, then, hey, at least they made a decision. But what I will say here, is that unless Fitterer is gone at the end of the year, this doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. It's the right decision. I'm fine with it being made in season. I've got no issue with them pulling the plug on this experiment with 6 weeks left to go. Clearly, nothing matters in terms of making the playoffs. It is all about improvement now. Again, as long as
definitely doesn't matter for the draft either.
No, it doesn't. You don't have a first round pick. Otherwise, it'd be what? Crash for Caleb time or whatever. But you don't have that pick. Actually, I think it would be move up for Marvin. Right? But unless you trash Fitterer here, this doesn't matter, man. It doesn't matter because I'm going to say 70% of the success of a head coach is determined by roster building, right? The best, the smartest head coach in the world. But if he doesn't, you could have Kyle Shanahan. But if Shanahan doesn't have Debo and CMC, San Francisco's just another pretty good run-of-the-mill team, but he's got Debo and CMC.
By the way, I appreciate that, Seb. I thought that was well done.
I think that roster construction at Carolina, I have been standing on this all season long, and I stand on it now. Roster construction has been so bad at Carolina that Frank Reich could have been the smartest offensive football mind in the game. It would not have mattered. It wouldn't have mattered. There is no offense that exists outside of a triple option that a quarterback can succeed in when he gets under 1.8 seconds to throw the football. None. There's not one. It doesn't exist. There's no 1.5 second offense. 1,000 ball's gone. That doesn't work. If all you ever run is quick slants off the line. And even then, this is the National Football League. It's not high school. It's not college ball. DBs jump those routes. It's exactly what Tracy Porter jumped the route under Marvin Harrison Sr. to pick off the ball that won the Saints the Super Bowl because Peyton leaned on the quick slant. And after he leaned on the quick slant one too many times, Tracy Porter took him pick six to win the Super Bowl. You can't run an offense with what is built right now, with one exception. Go back to the power run, which, by the way, the power run worked for a little while Sunday. Hell, they scored the, fifth touchdown in 5 weeks by going Chuba Hubbard out of the power run in the red zone. And it worked great. But this is it's a poorly constructed roster. That's right, Reggie, not Marvin. Good call. It's a poorly constructed roster. It is a roster built for a power run game that drafted a quarterback and is asking him to run a pro-style offense out of a power run roster. And it's not going to work whether it's Frank. I think Frank Reich's a sacrificial lamb. Ordinarily a coordinator sacrificial lamb, right? Like offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator. One of those guys gets the axe. Ron Rivera just fired Jack Del Rio. Why? Because Jack Del Rio was bad? No, because he needed to fire somebody to buy himself another 4 or 5 weeks to get it fixed.
No, I think he just fired a guy who would have been the interim coach. So he took that out of their hands.
Maybe. I'm going to go with maybe a little bit of both. But I do honestly believe that was a move made to buy a little bit of extra time for Ron Rivera.
I think the question is, do you watch any more Panther games the rest of the year? I guess if you've watched them every week already, you're going to continue watching?
I mean, I'm going to, but because that's my job. I'm absolutely going to because that's my job. And I want, first off, I want to see how this play. Let's go back to Vegas.
And Bryce is like your stepson or something. We ain't figured it out yet, but
it's my baby boy.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the Raiders. The Raiders fired Josh McDaniels, right? Now, I don't think Frank Reich had the animosity in the locker room that Josh McDaniels had in Vegas. But if you've not been watching the Raiders since they fired Josh McDaniels, they're a different ball club. And it started at the moment McDaniels was no longer in charge. Once he got the axe, once he was gone, this Raider team's a different ball club. If Kansas City did not turn it back on in the second half last night and look like last year's Chiefs, they were in real threat of losing that game.
Yeah, it was that was ugly early.
The only reason Kansas City won that game is because Andy Reid was like teleporting them back to 2022.
Well, that and they realized what a weapon Pacheco is, and also Travis Kelce held on to the ball, and it's just a lot of things.
I agree. But all that being said, the point here is the Raiders were a team that was able to compete with Kansas City for 3 quarters before Kansas City broke it open, right? The locker room mentality, I need to have Cody Decker on to talk about this. The locker room mentality of a team, any sport, is a critical component of success and failure of a football program, of any sports program. If your team comes out of the locker room and they're all on different pages, it doesn't matter how good or bad you are, you're going to suck. We've seen some real talented teams that sucked and some real bad teams that were real good based on the mentality of the team built as a whole. I don't know how bad it was in the Panther locker room, but I do know there were no shortage of stories coming out about guys that were unhappy. Sometimes you've got to make a cut to a dude that a lot of people like just because you need a galvanization. It's you know what it is? Here, we got to make our Daily Nerd reference. It's when Phil Coulson dies at the end of the first Avengers movie. Samuel L. Jackson brings the cards to the table and he throws them on the table and he's like, you know, he believed in you guys. And I guess and then they all fly off together to go fight Loki and the Chitauri. And then Maria Hill's like, sir, those cards weren't in Coulson's jacket. They were in his locker. And Jackson's like, well, sometimes they just need a push. That was it. It was a point. It was something. And you can make that. You can force that. That can be artificial. It doesn't matter whether it's organic or artificial. It just matters that it works. And if the team was even a little bit not on board with Frank Reich, this is Samuel L. Jackson throwing the cards down on the table going, Coulson's dead. What are you going to do? And you hope that they have their Avengers coming together moment. They're still not good enough to win games. I think that's what's going to slip a lot of people's mind. There are a lot of people going to think they're going to do like the Raiders did and just turn around. Ain't no Devontae in Charlotte, buddy. Ain't no Devontae in Charlotte. Ain't no Josh Jacobs in Charlotte right now. Raiders got talent. More talent than the Panthers do. This is not a fix. It's just let's see if the mentality improves. And if so, maybe we got a chance to be good next year. But I will hang the pessimism on the end of the conversation before we let you all return to your regularly scheduled work days. If Scott Fitterer is still the GM when draft day rolls around next year, none of this matters. Womp womp. If I could play the sad trombone noise just on the stream, I would do it. But I can't. So imagine.
You could, but I'm done running the board for the day. So, I mean.
I'm done talking for the day. All right. Thank you guys for hanging out. Hope you enjoyed it. You'll have a lovely rest of your day. Thanks for hanging out a little late with us. Obviously, we suspect we'll probably talk about this more on tomorrow's show. Have a great day, everybody. Goodbye. I forgot to